Thank you. Let's have a good time.
Freedom of speech.
Taken for a trip on a new dimension ship. Taken for a ride over to the other side.
What is a fucking terrorist?
Discovered that time's been forgotten like a song that they never played on the radio too long.
A fucking pedophile.
They never played it on the radio
Sympathizing.
too long. I can't dream
Fucking
the
terrorist.
days to where I am. People just don't give a damn. I'll find a way.
It was our job to help law enforcement.
Figure out what it takes while traveling at the speed of light. Changes come, they affect their sight. Now it's been 7 years, almost there. The planet nears, taken for a trip on a new dimension ship. Taken for a ride over to the other side. Discovered that time's been forgotten like a song that they never played on the radio too long. They never played it on the radio too long. There's people that I recognize. They've come here to without disguise, searching for a better home, place where we're not all alone. Taken for a trip on a new dimension ship. Taken for a ride over to the other side. Discover that time's been forgotten like a song that they never played on the radio too long. They never played it on the radio too long. They never played it on the radio too long. They never played it on the radio too long.
All right. Hello, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Hello.
Mr. Doug Wright.
And thank you, Doug Rice. Thank you, Doug Rice. Rest in peace, Doug Rice. Awesome brother. Awesome brother. What a beautiful tribute to leave to the world. And hello, everyone. And apologize for the delay. Apparently, the internet is having some issues tonight, but that's what it is. That's what it is. I want to say hello to everyone in the chat. Four Pits, Brittany Renee, Claremont, Becca Ann, my main mod, my only mod, Deb731, the most amazing, beautiful mod in YouTube. Dennis McKean, Quad Axel Mimi, hello, sweetheart. Good to see you. Mustang, good to see you. Sunflower Soul, what's up, Sunflower? Okay. Mustang, Victims News on Air. The Troll Patrol is in here, Mr. Ban. What's up, Mr. Ban? Critter Mama's here. Hey, Critter Mama. Mustang. Carla Ann. Monday's here. What's up, Monday? Brittany Renee. If I say your name twice, I don't know. Just means I see you in here. Okay, we got Fur Baby Daddy. Okay. Good to see all of you. Claremont, what's up? What's up? What's up, Claremont? I love you too, brother. Good to see everybody. And Maria, hey, what's up, Maria? Maria Alma, everybody. And Pertinent's in here. I just love Pertinent so much. Hello, Pertinent. Sunflower Lola's in here. I don't want to miss anyone, but I probably will. Emily's in here. Woodcutter. Lowered Customs, hello to you. David Rogers, what's up, Dave? Right. And anyone I've missed, I'll just say collectively hello to everyone, okay? Hello, Matt Payton, there we go. Matt Payton, what's up, Matt? And everyone else, I am so glad to see you all. Happy Monday. Happy Monday. Well, whoa, it's a Monday, right? It's Monday. You see the sun on the face? Yeah. We spent a lot of time outdoors today. We got a good amount of sun and exercise, and it was definitely a Monday. I got a lot accomplished. Hey, welcome. Tonight's show is called The Delphi Files, episode number 3. This is the doubling down on Ricci Davis, and we're going to be talking about that momentarily. What's up, Court of Public Opinion? Another guest of honor, and Sheridan Tibbetts. Hello to you. Okay, hello, guys. Come on in. Make yourself comfortable. For those in the back, yes, I am doubling down on Ricci Davis, okay? And I will continue to double down on Ricci Davis, no matter what the naysayers, the haters, the retards, the trolls, and the cranks will say. I am doubling down on Ricci Davis, okay? And I will triple, quadruple, quintuple down and all of the above on Ricci Davis, because he has given us the biggest window into the truth of what happened on this case, in my humble opinion. And I will never not double down on Ricci Davis, okay? So tonight, my intention is to share with you a recorded interview I did with Terrible Ted, and then also explore some of the documentation regarding Ricci Davis for those who sit in the back and have a problem accepting reality. So we will be talking about Ricci Davis tonight, and I hope all of you had a great Monday. And so we'll be getting into some things now. I wanted to kind of start off addressing some things, okay? And I guess there are a couple things, but okay. Firstly, this case kind of suffers from this epidemic. You know, hey, what's up, Steffa? Thanks for coming in the chat. Okay, you guys come on in the chat, enjoy yourselves. You know, this case here, okay, the Delphi case. It suffers from sort of a double-edged sword, information-wise. There's a complete lack of information, right? There's a very big lack of information. And at the same time, there's a large, overwhelming abundance of information. So, what do you do when you're faced with uh, trying to ferret out a case wherein you have a glaring lack of information? And that means from the court system, from law enforcement, and from uh, discovery, so to speak. What do you do when you have a case that suffers from such a lack of information, which is all intentional, by the way? Remember, I've said so many times before that discovery was sanitized. Okay. Now, maybe it was poorly sanitized because there was such an overwhelming amount of information that had been investigated over the years that it might have been difficult for them to pull every needle out of the haystack in discovery. So there may be a few needles in that haystack. But by and large, the discovery was highly sanitized. And we know that firsthand, we know that. Just in terms of tips that we are absolutely certain were sent into the tip line and that there are receipts for that don't appear in the discovery that was put forward with tips. We also know that from the case record, wherein there were certain things that were known to have been part of this investigation and that should have been turned over as discovery that weren't, and they were withheld by the prosecutor and law enforcement. And some of that, or those details, even came out through the legal process here with Richard Allen. So it should be very clear to all of you that this discovery side of things was highly sanitized, and information was withheld, particularly inculpatory information on others and third parties, and exculpatory information on Richard Allen. There was a lot of withholding of information. There was also a completely bungled type of process in the investigation. That, for instance, I've said so many times recently, after I realized it, that the tower dumps, so to speak, the tower dumps suffered from the fruit of the poisonous tree, in that these tower dumps were obtained illegally, and investigations were started in the community over there near Delphi. As a result of the tower dumps, and investigations ensued into certain individuals as a result of the tower dumps without proper warranting. And because of that, all of that suffered from the fruit of the poisonous tree. So there were botched jobs to this investigation as well. There was lost evidence. There was fruit of the poisonous tree, and a whole bunch of problems with this. So that's one side of the double-edged sword. Now, the other side of the double-edged sword is that there's a lot of information floating out there in the world. Okay, so in other words, the information that's floating out there is particularly problematic because there is good information that has surfaced from the community online and behind the scenes. And that good information is still good information. It has never been not good information. But the waters have been muddied by disinformation and misinformation that has surfaced in the midst of all that, creating a very muddy or murky situation, a noisy atmosphere. So we're in the public side of things from the internet and social media, and also discussions behind the scenes with locals. You do have a lot of good information that has been put forward, but that information is also sort of like a needle in the haystack at this point, because as that information began to surface, a lot of disinformation was intentionally inserted by the bad actors in this case to confuse people. So you're looking simultaneously at an overwhelming lack of information and an overwhelming abundance of information. And when you take that as a whole, it's quite a problematic situation. But my feeling is that it leaves us with a few needles in the haystack, that for the diligent for the meticulous and for those who are fastidious in their critical thinking skills, you're able to sort of plumb a level line here and maybe get a few of those needles out of the haystack and see where all those needles fall on this system of levels of information, and maybe see where everything is pointing. You know, it's sort of like a compass, right? It's always going to point northwardly. And so maybe if we look at these needles we've withdrawn from the haystack that are uh, sort of critically established factoids, and we see where they all point, we can see something like basically a vista starts to open in front of us. And in my opinion, that vista is reinforced by the information Ricci Davis has brought forth. Okay, so which is why we're doubling, tripling, quadrupling down on that. Now, what's the downside of that? Well, the downside is that because of the lack of information and the confusion and the noise that's been inserted into this community, you sort of have an epidemic. You have an epidemic of far reaches, connections that are not really solid, well-established connections, and sort of speculative piecing together of stuff that just doesn't work out or make sense. And so in the midst of this very difficult environment, we're sort of plagued by the potentiality for many people to piece together pieces that don't necessarily fit, that sort of give us a twisted picture. And it's things that, you know, if you are looking, if you have a certain thing in mind, a certain thing that you've either been programmed to believe or maybe you're wanting to believe, and if you look at this mountain of noise, well, it's potential that you could see something that's really not there. You know, it's sort of like the Rorschach test, if you guys are familiar with that, which some might call the ink blob test, you know, which is I don't know, it used to be highly utilized in psychology, where you can show these ink blobs to people, and people say, oh, I see a butterfly, or I see this, or I see that. Or if you're looking at the clouds, you'll say, oh, I can see, you know, a guy riding an elephant in the clouds. And sure, yeah, you can see that if it's something in your mind, you know, whatever's in your mind, you might be able to see in those abstract formations. The same with looking at this mountain of data in this case. It's so noisy, and it's such a cluster of just scattered pieces, kind of like a broken mirror. You look into it, and it's like, what are you really seeing? Well, maybe you'll see whatever you want to see. And that's part of our problem. And as I mentioned before in the old Andy Baldwin scenario, I paint this picture in my mind where Andy Baldwin didn't know the case before coming into it, clearly. He didn't even know who Keegan Kline was coming into it. He didn't know anything coming into it. I believe that Andy Baldwin's an individual who's highly compelled by the status of law enforcement and the credibility of law enforcement with juries, the credibility of the FBI as a credential with juries, the credibility of investigative product with juries. And I think that Andy Baldwin looked into this mess in Discovery. He became aware of the information that Click, Ferenczi, and Murphy had put together. He realized that this was a somewhat twisted group of individuals loosely politically aligned with white supremacy, and then you come up with this Franks memorandum, and then you have a bunch of far leftist idiots on the internet who who particularly hyperfixate on the white supremacists as the number one problem in the country, and it just fit too easily. They said, "Oh well, these are our monsters. You know, we hate these white supremacists naturally," and Andy Baldwin has now handed us this information that he found as law enforcement work product, and and it's all pointing at people who are loosely aligned with white supremacy. So yeah, we'll go with that 1,000%. And I think it just wasn't there. It didn't meet the mark. It's not 100%, and it's a high bar to reach to produce overwhelming evidence of third party suspects that is not just compelling, but overwhelmingly compelling. And hey, without the information brought forth by Ricci Davis, you don't meet the mark clearly. And so, in looking forward, what we're looking towards is that we know for absolute certain that the next rounds of this are going to be highly focused on the Ricci Davis information. And maybe hindsight is 2020, and Baldwin realizes that it didn't work out the first time around because the tunnel vision was there and it was too limited, and that you needed more. And I think all of that has been realized now. And naturally, to give full sympathetic consideration to Mr. Baldwin, I'm fairly certain that he realizes that mistakes were made and that he missed the mark. And naturally, I mean, it's almost undeniable because Richard Allen was convicted on basically no evidence whatsoever. It's pretty disturbing, to say the least. But that's where we're sitting, and that's why I think it's so important to engage in this series in which we go back to the very beginning and go through with a fine-tooth comb all of this stuff that has been here before, and that we don't forget, and that we don't allow these people who are politically motivated or maybe clout seeking to gaslight us into omitting that which is relevant and hyperfixating on that which is less than compelling and doesn't meet the mark. Similarly, we have to avoid the pitfalls of trying to paint a picture of something that isn't there. So I'm highly compelled to sort of separate the wheat from the chaff in that manner, to go back with a critical eye and reevaluate everything and sort of try to put it into focus, knowing what we know now and corroborating some of what we know now with the older information. And look, for anyone who doesn't understand, let's be clear here. This is a long road. Okay, we're in this for the long haul. This won't be the next month or the next 2 months or the next 3 to 6 months. This is going to be the next several years regardless. Okay? Because you have to look at it this way. If Richard Allen is successful in his appeal, it will most likely mean an entire retrial process, which will mean delays, the whole building of another type of defensive approach, piecing it together, and then delays and hearings and all of this stuff, and then eventually possibly a new trial, which will be another entire month, another entire circus. You know how it's going to go down if that happens. Then should that not happen, there will be an unfolding a post-conviction scenario in which it's going to be months and months and hearings and years, more and more and more delays if this is kicked into a post-conviction relief scenario, because there will have to be post-conviction investigation, a post-conviction approach, strategy, and then arguments, and then the whole 9 yards. It's just going to be at a minimum a year or two. And that's just concerning Richard Allen. That does not mean the investigation, probable cause, and arrest, and then trials of others involved, which could take additional years. So this whole thing with Abby and Libby is it's just at the beginning. It's still a long way to go. So you have to be in it for the long haul. But I think it would behoove us to put pins in the stuff that sticks, that matters, and then to shed the stuff that doesn't. And so in some ways, that's what this series is about, that we can go through piece by piece and sort of maybe figure out, try to determine what matters more in this and what matters less. And I'm hoping that this effort will be a contribution to the future that I'm speaking of. And to be honest, that's what I've been trying to do for years now. In the year leading up to trial, that was my intention, was to contribute to the initial trial of Richard Allen. That if I could lay out enough information, meticulously enough, methodically enough, that perhaps the defense could benefit from that. But little did I realize that the defense was compromised, okay? There were people who had their hooks in the defense in a way that kept the defense attorneys distracted and looking sort of a little askew or left field or kind of going down the wrong path. And there were individuals blocking relevant information from getting to the defense. There was also a complete lack of the defense having the wherewithal or really the motivation to look into social media and gain what they could from the online community who actually has done a lot of work to try to ferret all this out. It's really terrible. It's really terrible because the YouTube community, and in some ways Reddit, but I mean, primarily the YouTube community has done an extreme amount of work on this case, much of which is valuable. You have to think of the thousands upon thousands upon thousands of man hours. Let's say, for instance, if I've done 5,000 hours of presentations here, well, every presentation that you see here, there's 10 times more the hours that go into it just on my own accord alone. So, then that ups it to 50,000 hours, and then you take the handful of people who are working every day, all day in my small circle. And then so you multiply that times 5, and that's 250,000 hours. And then you take the other channels and the other individuals, you've got millions of hours of human manpower that has gone into this content that comes into this channel and other good channels over the years that have talked about this case. Millions of man hours. It's a shame that wasn't taken advantage of by the defense to sort of fortify their case and their approach here. But it doesn't mean it can't happen. Okay, it doesn't mean that can't happen. That still can happen in a new scenario and in the future. Maybe the future counsel will be wise enough to benefit from the millions of man hours that have gone into this case before they ever came around, because they can do hundreds of hours at 300 an hour, but we have done millions of hours at 0 an hour. So I know it's hard to remember all that and to keep all that in mind. And look, a large part of that is due to the drama that goes on, the chaos. A lot of this chaos is absolutely intentional. So when you're looking into this community, you might notice it's kind of like the Nancy Guthrie, no doubt. Okay, the Nancy Guthrie here. I don't know if you've realized it yet, but the Nancy Guthrie suffers from its own troll farm. And the Nancy Guthrie troll farm is highly professional. I mean, the Nancy Guthrie troll farm makes the Delphi murders troll farm look like a bunch of Timu idiots, redneck retards. So, in cases of high import, you have bad actors who come in to steer the public narrative, most of the time on behalf of law enforcement, oddly enough. Isn't that odd? Isn't that odd? Why does law enforcement have such a fixation on image and preserving their image? Law enforcement wants these cases to stick. Law enforcement does not want the public to scrutinize their work product, and they are obsessed with their image. And so it's odd that often the trolls online, what they're doing almost in every case is they're protecting the families and supporting law enforcement's narratives. Now you think about that. You think about that. Supporting the family and supporting law enforcement's chosen narratives. Well, wow, wouldn't that mean that the family is being duped by law enforcement if the chosen narrative of law enforcement is the wrong narrative? And hey, I don't know who's paying them. Who's paying them? Is it local level pay? Is it state level pay? Or is it high level pay? I don't know. I guess it depends on the case and what's at stake here. But you got this drama. And that is what it is. And the thing about the dramas is the truth is always the best cleanser for the soul, right? The truth will wipe away these dramas. And some of that's starting to happen over there in the Nancy Guthrie place, and I've tried to do it some here. And I don't know, this latest round here is really annoying. It's really annoying. And you guys might have seen on my community page, I sort of scolded Adrian, okay? And you might say, well, why are you doing that to Adrian? Why are you scolding Adrian? Well, let me tell you why. I guess you guys need the backstory. Okay, I guess you need the backstory. You need to understand what this is all about, And, and it's kind of like insulting to even have to discuss this. Because one thing that I've been triangulated from every direction in this community, from every single direction, the triangulation is unbelievable. And all the shit they've tried to pull. But sometimes it's not triangulation, Sometimes maybe it's just mentally unwell people, which there's a large amount of that in the YouTubes. I've had to deal with it. I'm still getting harassed by someone damn near on a daily basis, several on a daily basis. Just that people are just mentally unwell, totally mentally unwell. People have mental issues. People have emotional issues. People have other psychological and life issues and delusions and all kind of shit. But it just makes dealing with the public extremely difficult. And, you got to think online. You're dealing with a wide panorama of public, because you come up here, you make yourself vulnerable. You make yourself vulnerable here on YouTube, and you got you don't know who anyone is on YouTube. Someone could be like some guy in Africa, just living in a shack, getting on YouTube, right? Some guy could be some guy in a palace, right, in Spain, getting on YouTube, who's extremely wealthy and trying to mess with people. You've got people in insane, Alzheimer's, Just literally, you got people with mental problems from hormonal changes in their old age. So you got 60-year-old ladies over here who's absolutely fucking bonkers because all of the hormones have gone wacky in the brain. You got people with postpartum who are whacked out, and on YouTube you got lonely people, you got angry people, you got addicted people, you got all sorts on YouTube. So you never know what the fuck you're dealing with the public. So in some ways you make yourself vulnerable because you come somewhere where you're an easy target for the general public. And hey, I chose to show my face. You know, when I first stepped into this, I chose to show my face. I didn't give a shit, but boy, I didn't know. Little did I know how fucking much craziness there was out there. But anyway, I'm kind of going on just to say that a lot of things happen. So I've announced before that I'd have like 550 people blocked. Like you guys would never, well, let's be honest, probably more than like 300 people. Okay, it's a lot more like about 300 individuals with 550 accounts. But if I were to go now into my backstage of YouTube Studio and into my community moderation page, I could show you my blocked accounts, okay? And literally, I sat there a couple months ago and I counted all of the blocked accounts because it's not like it's the easiest list to print out or something that's numerical. You literally got to go through and count all the blocked accounts. And I got up to like 535 or something. And I blocked a few more this past couple months since I've done that. So at least blocked about 5, 10, 20 more. So just imagine. That's about 10%. So I've got like 5,000 or more subscribers here. And I blocked 500 or more accounts. So say 10% of the accounts that come in to interact with my channel, I have to fucking block because they're so fucking evil or crazy. So, you know, which means there's 500 accounts out here that were so out of control that I had to block them to keep them out of my hair on this channel. And I'm a small channel. You know, I am a small channel, relatively speaking. You look at YouTubers with 1 million subscribers or millions of subscribers. Just think of the difficulties they deal with on a daily basis. But yeah, so back to Adrian. So some months ago, and you know, I know that some of the ladies in my chat can vouch for this because I discussed it openly with my inner circle. So I was going through my block list, let's say January, February, some point maybe. And as I'm going through my block list, and I'm looking at it, and I had some of the people who I'd had issues with in the past, you know, because unfortunately I suffer from a very bad weakness, which is forgiveness. I'm a forgiving person. So in the end of the year, in the holiday season, I had a couple ladies reach out to me behind the scenes or kind of hidden off in the comments and stuff. I had a couple ladies approach me and who I had blocked and who I had battled with in the past, you know, or butted heads with. And these ladies separately of their own accord at separate times in the winter time period had reached out to me and sort of offered an olive branch. And they said, you know, Prof, you know, I just want you to know I'm really sorry for that sort of stuff. I didn't mean it. That's not who I am. And I'm not saying you ever have to accept it or anything, but I just want you to know that, you know, for my own sake, I want you to know that I'm directly apologizing to you and that sort of thing. So I had a couple individuals do that. You know, and because I'm a forgiving and sort of big-hearted person, I thought, oh, okay, I don't trust you. But you know, it gets in the brain and it starts turning. The wheels start turning. So over the next weeks and months, I sort of turned that around in my mind. And I'm like, well, that was pretty nice. That was pretty nice because they didn't have to do that. And so, yeah, I'll sort of open the door to like normalizing relations. And so I sort of got to that place, where I'm like, yeah, that's cool. That's cool. It'd be nice to like, let's say, to put the water on the fire with certain situations and certain people, and not to immediately be best friends or anything, but just to like open the door to resolving some tensions and some issues. So I made that decision. And as part of that, sometime early this year, I thought, I would like to unblock those people to allow them back in, because I believe that people can change, grow, learn, and that people make mistakes, and that this community can be strengthened by people who are able to grow, learn from their mistakes, and then also be humane enough or human enough to apologize and to try to work out adult relationships. I think that it would be adult of me to allow that, and not to constantly be like bitter, small-minded, holding a grudge, resentful, and all of that. And I thought, hey, what's the added benefit? The added benefit is that it could stimulate additional discourse in the community. It could potentially aid in resolving other problems and relationships in the community, because this community has been through the ringer, I tell you. And so because I had thought of all of that, and I had thought about this, and I have sort of kind of monitored the progress during these months that I'm considering all this, I decided on a certain day to say, I'm going to unblock 2 people, because I honestly, to be honest with you guys might not realize this. I've unblocked about 15 at this point. So say about 15 of those 550, and some of them don't know who they are because I haven't announced it to them yet. But I decided I'd go into my block list and I'd just start unblocking people who I felt I could give a second, third chance. So I went and I started unblocking. And 2 of the individuals I unblocked, within a month or so, say a few weeks go by to a month or whatever, and eventually I'm like, hey, I said I should let them know that I unblocked them and they're welcome to come in my chat. They're welcome in my channel. They're welcome in my community. So that's what I did. Okay, so that's what I did. Now you guys might remember at that time, almost everybody in my chat had wrenches. So I had established a scenario in which I gave wrenches to damn near everybody, because I thought it was not a bad deal, that I could trust everyone to do the right thing and to be adult and handle the wrench appropriately. So I gave out wrenches to everybody. Most of you in here probably had a damn wrench at some point. Let's be honest. Excuse me, I got a cough. So I'd given out all these wrenches. And I want to say there was probably 50 to 100 wrenches that I had in this chat. And so anyway, So I informed these two individuals, these two ladies. I said, listen, I just want you to know I unblocked you, a month ago or so. And I want you to know you don't have to be afraid to come into my chat. We would like to have you in the chat as long as you behave, as long as you behave accordingly. I just want you to know that you are welcome to come into the chat. And so next time you see me live, come into the chat. You're welcome there, and that invitation is standing invitation, because I want you to be welcomed into the community, and maybe things can work a certain direction. So here's the truth of what happened. Because on that day, both these ladies came into the chat. They came into the chat extremely normal, extremely nicely, and extremely not combative. Okay? And so these two ladies came into the chat at the beginning of the show and just said, hi, and the other one, hi. And who knows, just little small talk, getting comfortable, greeting everyone so they could be greeted, and then, eventually laying the groundwork so they would be welcomed and familiar to everyone in the chat, since they hadn't been there for a year, 2 or 3, whatever the case may be. Well, what happened? Okay, so this is what this is all about. Because what happened is, I felt, and I still feel, I don't owe anyone an explanation for that. This is my channel. I'm responsible for what goes on here. It's an environment that I create, that I want to create. It's a chat that I establish the community norms for. And it's a community of people who like interacting together while my content is playing. So I felt I owed no one an explanation. I had to ask no one for permission. It was solely my decision. And I'm the king of this castle. Just like my front door. It's solely up to me who I want to open and let into my house. So if I want to go open that door and let anyone in my house, it's my goddamn house. It's my goddamn front door. And it's my goddamn decision which visitors to allow into my house. And I look at this chat as no different than that. Okay? This, my channel, my chat, my house, my living room. So if I let you in, you're a welcome guest. How would it be if you have 2 guests over and one of the guests tries to kick the other guest out of your house and starts abusing them and goes fucking absolutely berserk because you let someone in your house? It wouldn't be appropriate, would it? So what happened is, on that day, Louise and Peggy came into my chat at my invitation after a month of being unblocked. They came in absolutely congenial, respectful, and small talk. Okay? My decision, my chat, my invitation. And what happened is, Adrian absolutely freaked the fuck out and lost her mind. Okay, she lost her mind. Immediately started screaming and yelling and screaming and yelling in the chat, blocked both the ladies out of the chat, and then left. And then for months after, went on a campaign to establish how horrible of a person I was. How much of a bad person, quote unquote. I'm a bad person. And I thought, you know what? That's not right. It's not right. First of all, I chose to forgive both of those ladies for headbutting that had occurred in the past. because they offered me sincere and genuine apologies. And it's up to my discretion to decide if an apology feels sincere and genuine. And because I felt those apologies were sincere and genuine, I unblocked them and I invited them into my chat. So why would it be that someone would feel it was in their authority to abuse the wrench that they held in their hands, to then block those ladies, scream and yell, and then leave and demonize me for allowing the discretion or having the discretion to allow who the hell I want in my chat? And since then, I've maintained a positive, friendly relationship with both of those ladies. I don't feel in every way, on every issue, absolutely in sync with any of those ladies, just like I don't feel that way with anybody. None of us are ever going to agree on everything. But I felt that they meant their apologies. They were being good human beings to offer those apologies, and they were sincere in it. And it was my discretion to accept those apologies, to put water on the bridge, and then to let them in. So you might have noticed that the days after, I took all the wrenches, okay? So I took Adrian's wrench, and I took everyone else's wrenches. And I decided that Deb does an absolutely perfect job. You know, when I went back and I thought in time, I thought in the prior year, I thought, you know, Deb, she's the only mod that has ever done single thing I wanted to without me having to ask, you know. And shout out, Deb. I know you don't want to hear this. Okay, so close your ears, Deb. Okay, but as I reflected, because I had to think, like, how am I going to, if I just take Adrian's wrench, she's going to throw another tantrum. So I don't want to just take Adrian's wrench. So how should I handle this? Because I don't know if this is ever going to happen again and if someone else is going to abuse a wrench. And I thought, you know what? There's too many wrenches in here anyway. It's not that goddamn important. I'll just take all the wrenches. And then I thought back how, you know, out of everyone, if I had 100 or 50 wrenches, I can recognize that looking back in time, Deb always just did an absolutely phenomenal job of just being gracious, giving kind warnings when people got out of, you know, a little out of control. She always posted the links of whatever subject matter I'm talking about. Deb will go and drop links. Deb will remind everyone to hit the thumbs up. Deb will correct people if they get too out of line, but she doesn't overly, you know, silence people or time them out or whatever. Deb just absolutely perfect job. And so I decided, you know, like, I want Deb to be the only one. So I emailed Deb. I'm like, Deb, please, you know. And, you know, Deb reluctantly agreed. She didn't want to. Deb's like, no, I don't know. I don't know, Prof. And I'm like, come on, please, Deb. I'm just really comfortable. I just like you to be my mod. And so really, I'm kind of getting choked up now because I almost want to cry a little bit because you guys don't understand, like, the feelings of Deb's like my safety net, right? She's my safety net in the chat. So I can lean on Deb to totally handle the chat when I do whatever the hell it is I'm doing. You know, so I'm on the screen, I'm jostling or juggling documents, and I'm trying to sort through things. I'm trying to, like, speak and think of what I'm going to say next and then pull up whatever material I'm going to share with you. So Deb's, like, she makes everything possible by managing the chat and managing the sharing of links and all the things she does so that I don't have to worry about it because I'm secure knowing that Deb got it. So I can do this and Deb can do that. And so it's just so funny because Deb and I have never met. I've never sat with Deb, but I'm sure if I sat with her, I'd love her because she's just absolutely the most sympathetic, perfect mod that I've had assist me here. So That's why all that happened at that point in time. And so if you see that there's been problems with Adrian, I wanted to explain it now for the first and last time so that all of you would understand what the fucking problems are, because I didn't want problems. Also, it's why I haven't mentioned it yet, because this was back in February maybe. But it's odd that this shit went down maybe back in February, okay? And the shit still hasn't stopped because she's still going around trying to call me a bad person, trying to fight and trying to discredit and all of this. And I'm thinking, it's fucking August. I haven't said a word since February. I would appreciate if you just let it go. You were wrong. I was right. Period. I didn't know you a single damn thing. My chat, my mods, my channel, my living room, my house. I would not expect anyone else to owe me any loyalty in terms of who I allow into my chat or who they allow into their chat. Do you think I'm going to ask someone in another channel to not allow so and so because I don't like them in their chat? I mean, that's not how this works. How this works is if I think it's a good idea, it's a good idea for me, then it's a good idea here. And so I don't want to have this conversation. I didn't want to talk about it. I've tried not to have you all confused, but I'm thinking a lot of you might be confused as to what's going on. So in order to dispel that confusion, I thought it was important to explain to you piece by piece what happened, because I don't want problems with Adrian. Adrian seems to have problems with everyone. And look, she can go somewhere else and solve those problems. I don't want the problems. And I didn't want them in February, and I didn't want them in March, April, May, June, July, or now in August. I want to be done with it. And I want you all to understand if I'm saying mean things or if she's saying mean things, I want you to understand where it's coming from. And I don't care what any of those ladies, what beef they had with her. Okay. That was their beef with her, and that was her beef with them. That's their problems to work out. It's not my circus. It's not my monkeys. It's not my problems. So I'm not going to be in the middle of any other people's fights, especially women. Okay. Women want to fight. They can fight outside of my house. In my house is going to be a peaceful house. I'm going to have it my way. And I don't want to be in the middle of fucking fights with a bunch of women. You get it? I don't even want to be in fights with guys. But I'd much rather be in fights with guys. Okay. So with that being said, that I said what I had to say. I think, I think they need to work their problems out outside of my sphere, is what I feel. Now, guys, hopefully all of you guys understand that. I'm not trying to beat up on anyone, okay? I'm not going to demonize this one. I'm not going to demonize that one. I'm not going to demonize the other one. I'm going to say they can take their bullshit somewhere else, not in my channel. So, I'm sorry there's all this. Look, there's toxicity in Delphi. You guys know damn well. There's a lot of toxicity here. Okay. I don't want any of it in I want to minimize it in my fucking vicinity. So I don't want the toxicity. And unfortunately, it still continues. So I wish they'd all go solve it. I'm not a part of it. Okay. So with that being said, there's other toxicity going on. And this is funny because, as I mentioned, the Nancy Guthrie thing, there's also bad actors over there. And there's a whole bunch of toxicity going around too over there. Same deal, though. You got crazy people. You got lonely people, bored people, bad actors. You got grifters. It's just a whole bag of complications over there in Nancy Guthrie. But it's 10 times worse than Delphi. So I've been watching it, and I've been taking some kind of taking note of what's going on and taking it under advisement, like what's really happening and looking at the facts. And at this point, we got a problem here over there in Nancy Guthrie, because it does bleed over into Delphi because some of the people are the same. Okay, but there's this guy Alex, right? Alex's criminal network, right? Now criminal network and I have had beef before. We've had fights. We've had fights over Anthony Shots. Just hold on a minute, guys. Sorry, my throat's killing me. But anyhow, we've had fights also, but that's where it bleeds over into Delphi. Anyhow, what was funny about over there is he's been arrested, right, just for merely sitting in front of the house, right? And what happened, just like in Delphi, there were swatting attempts. Okay. So I've been kind of like taking note of all that and listening to the receipts and reading the receipts and kind of gauging what all is going on over there. And it's very similar, just on magnified times 10. It's a 10 times bigger of a scale that it's happening. But I'm going to be talking about it soon because it's concerning, because people are getting shot, people are getting beat, people are getting dead, and people are getting arrested as a result of all these swatting attempts. And same things have happened in Delphi. Same things are happening over there in Nancy Guthrie. So I'll be talking about that soon, but that's not the point of tonight's show. But I wanted to cover all that so you can kind of get an idea of what all that was about, also where we're going. And I want you to know where we are, where I'm thinking about. I have some opinions on Nancy Guthrie, which is basically, it's also a cover up. It's a cover up. The people supporting the police are the abusive trolls, the independent little voices out there who are the small guys, the little guys. They're battling a huge force, that's an uphill battle, because the trolls got money, they're paid for, they're professionals, they have bigger platforms, and they're all unified in strategy. It's terrible over there, but same. Okay, it's same. It's like a reflection. And so I'm going to plan on doing something soon talking about that and maybe showing some of the receipts of the swatting and all that. Anyhow, tonight I'm ready to jump in. We're at the 1 hour mark. Okay, so I wanted to go an hour before we jumped in. And now we're going to jump into the interview I did almost a month ago now. So this is with Terrible Ted, who has a new channel, okay, on YouTube. But Ted and I did an interview talking about Ricci about a month ago. And maybe some of you haven't heard that. So I would like you guys to be privy to that conversation we had. So I thought now would be a good time to share that with you before we dive into the document I wanted to share. So let's get started.
All right, July 22nd, 2026. I am Terrible Ted, and I am here with the prof. He doesn't know me, but I feel like I know him because I watch a lot of his content, And the past 4 or 5 months, I have stumbled into the 2017 Delphi murders, and I haven't been here from the beginning. And Prof has been around a long time. I plan on asking him about the origins. I don't know what year he got started, but hopefully we can find that out. And I'm sure if you're watching this on my channel here and you're familiar with Delphi, I'm sure you're familiar with the Prof. So I'd like to think that I know a little bit about this case, but I came into this, like I said, a few months ago, and 99% of the heavy lifting has already been completed, and I have the benefit of all that. So let me ask you, Prof, what year did you get started in this? Were you here from the very beginning?
Well, hey, Ted, and thanks for having me.
Not a problem. Can I call you Prof? You want me to call you something else? What do you prefer?
Sure, Prof is great. That's great.
Okay.
Well, it's kind of a, complicated story, but essentially, although I had been following the case from the beginning and kind of had, worked myself into, kind of some Discord discussions and activity, online discussions, chats, and all this. It wasn't until after the arrest of Richard Allen that I decided to come on to make a platform on YouTube. Basically made a decision that I would like to continue the discussion with the people I'd already been discussing and give ourselves a platform on YouTube to maybe expand that discussion.
Okay, and Richard Allen, he was arrested, October 2022, right?
Yeah, that's right. Correct.
Okay. And did you have someone that you used to watch on YouTube that kind of brought you in and got you interested in it? Are you from, I don't know if I can ask you this if you want to talk about your personal details. Are you from Indiana? How did you stumble across this? Apparently this is bigger than I ever realized because I'm late. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, this is big, and I think it's bigger than they ever wanted it to become. But no, I'm not from Indiana, although I've traveled there, many times. I'm from New Orleans. I'm a New Orleans resident, and I guess the way that I came into it was sort of like I would assume 99% of people came into it, which was the incredibly viral and intriguing nature of the bridge guy video that had been, broadcast online for years. And that's kind of a hook that got me into it, as I'm sure many. And I think there's a lot of metaphor to that bridge guy image, and it makes it compelling and intriguing. But look at little Prof. Sorry, I'm stopping it, but look at little Prof. He's so adorable. He was 3 then. We took this photo here in Indianapolis. Okay, that we took this photo in Indianapolis. So I just want to say, look at little 3-year-old little Prof. Is he something else? 3-year-old. Yeah. Round of applause for little Prof. Due to my interest, I generally, in the early years, aside from the internet resources to scour the case, I scoured YouTube, and I listened to every podcaster and kind of felt my way or navigated my way through them and found, certain ones who I was particularly more inclined to believe, and then others that I was more skeptical of. But I just, followed it on YouTube until I decided to jump on into the ring.
Right. Now, I've seen some of the early coverage, and you know what? I forget the gentleman's name. I apologize, but he was a shorter guy. He wore a news cap, and he's just one that was like very early on. And I feel bad for these guys because they were so enthusiastic in 2017, 2018, 2019, and just nothing was really happening. Now, behind the scenes, they were interviewing people and they had persons of interest and suspects, but he talked about some of the very early suspects, and it's just they had nothing as far as the YouTube people, the commentators, they really had nothing to go on. And I feel bad because they were so enthusiastic. And, you know, they talked about Jimmy Dale Duvall, I think was one. Thomas Bruce was one that they were talking about early. And so I've tried to scour the old YouTube stuff as much as I can. I'm not a true crime native, so this isn't my natural scene, and I'm just sort of getting used to this. But yeah, I feel like coming into this, everyone's done 99% of the heavy lifting, and I get the benefit of just sorting that stuff out, and all I have to do is read it and make sense of it. But there have been a lot of people on YouTube that have covered this, and I started thinking, you know, am I crazy? Because I was reading the defense team depositions and I saw people talking about the weird signatures and stuff, you know, the non-secular things in the words of Robert Ives about the crime scene. And then I would see people in the comment sections, you know, berating people that you can't believe in that crazy conspiracy theory stuff. That didn't happen. It's not real. Well, I read the defense team depositions, and Holman and the rest of those people on Unified Command, they never deny that those things are there. Now, the interpretation of what they mean and what the significance is, they disagree with. But I was like, oh, okay, this is weird. I got to look into this. But then I saw a couple people, like Vinny Palatine at Court TV and Tony Bruschi. I used to hear Tony Bruschi on Local Talk Radio. And so I was
Shout out Tony Bruschi. Tony Bruschi.
like, well, there's some pretty big people who are putting their names behind these allegations and talking about this.
Oh, shout out Vinny Palatine too.
And questioning the official story. So then that told me, okay, dig in a little bit more. There's something going on here, and it's odd and it's weird. But, you know, like I said, I got to...
That's a real photo of Ricci Davis, by the way. The sweetest puppy dog of a guy you could ever meet. Yeah, real photo of Ricci Davis. Despite the hard look, the sweetest puppy dog of a guy you could ever talk to. And a dad.
Sympathize with the people early on because there was just a whole lot of nothing going on for years, and people were trying to make sense of this. So I came across your channel with, I think it was the Ricci Davis interviews that you had done. I think those were like the first things I came across. And so do I have you correct? You pretty much ascribe to like most of what Ricci Davis theory lays out. Do I have you correct on that?
Well, it's complicated, you know. But I would say, for the most part, yes. But I think, you know, there's limitations in that. So my general belief of Ricci Davis is he is absolutely transparent and honest and telling the truth about what he was told, you know. And so then I look at it as, well, he was told, you know, a certain amount of information by these individuals with, you know, naturally there are going to be certain omissions and certain perspectives that they're relaying to him in their telling of this story. But being that both stories are extremely consistent, separated in time by many years, and then also substantiated by things only known to people on the outside out here, and some not even publicly known, that Ricci Davis would have had no way of knowing to insert into this story. And so that really compels me to believe that his story is as accurate as it could be, coming from, you know, two individuals who are relaying it to him. Shout out to Max Lewis too. Max Lewis has done a good job with Ricci, so shout out Max Lewis. Now, I use that as the central core for my understanding of a piece of this case. And then I supplement it with all that I've gone through before, especially now, I think in retrospect, looking back, having the access to the information we've gained now from this trial process and pretrial process of Richard Allen being convicted. And now looking back with the benefit of all of that into the early years, all the way to the very beginning, I kind of incorporate a lot of that stuff too. So it makes it that, and what I'm talking about, that there is some of what's included in the Frank's memorandum I do include, and some of what the community has brought forth in the past 10 years. I do have confidence in Ricci Davis's story, but I think it's more complex than he tells it, because he tells the simple piece that he was told directly, and I think that there are other actors involved, other moving parts, and other things at play that make it a bit more complicated of a story. But I think it's very well worth not discounting, and I'm actually glad that you came in that way, because that was a good way to come in to. Yeah, and actually, Andy Baldwin believes Ricci too. So what are you going to say about that, haters? What are you going to say about that, haters? Andy Baldwin is 100% on board the Ricci Davis train. Haters, my perspective.
Yeah. Now I've spoken with a handful of people on the record and off the record, and like I said, I missed all the rumor mills, the infighting, the allegations, the major updates. So I'm coming in at the end of this here, and I missed all the YouTube drama, all that kind of stuff, and I got lucky, getting into like the big important stuff. And of course, I've had time to pursue it. That's one thing. So the Ricci Davis, those interviews that you put up, the official timeline is that he meets Ron Logan in summer of 2017 when they're at Newcastle Correctional Facility together. And then it's that summer, those months, he starts writing letters to, it would have been Robert Ives at that time. And then I think local news stations. So what, how did you pick up on the Ricci Davis story and even know that this is worth like pursuing and trying to contact the guy and get him on these prison calls? Do you have is it after the Richard Allen arrest, like when you started? Is it just a couple years ago? Take me through that, how you even caught wind of it and decided to pursue it.
Right. Well, it was after the defense released some of the information, and I believe it was after conviction. Now, his name had come up prior as a potential witness, and that never came to fruition. So the name was on the radar, and I knew about him and who he was, because people were talking on the internet. But essentially, when the defense released the relevant documents that they included in their filings, so there were a letter or two, and then some detailed, narratives of what he was bringing forth, and immediately it struck me, like as I mentioned, there were things that I knew that were external to Ricci Davis or the public, and then some of that information I looked at, and I thought, oh, this is something here. Hold on, this guy, this is not a nothing burger, and so I paid attention to it. And, but there was a lot going on because we're dealing with the time of sentencing of Richard Allen, and then the lifting of the gag order, and then the absolute chaos, and how people were coming out. And there were a lot of emotions. It was a lot going on at that time. But, so Ricci has maintained some friends ever since 2017. that did assist him in, like, say, contacting the FBI and others. And so I have become associate or well, I'd been contacted by one of his friends, and then we spoke a bit, and then without me ever the details of this storytelling, this friend relayed to me the basic narrative or the story or the way that this scenario goes down in his telling. And when I heard it, immediately it just was a gut punch, and I thought, okay, no, this is the most sensible thing I've heard in the entire 9 years or 8 years of conspiracy theories on the case. And as you said, in the early days, they were pointing fingers at all kind of guys that had nothing to do with it, and they were all sort of ridiculous theories. And the number of theories gets into the dozens with this case of stories made up to point at different POIs. And when I heard this story, it actually, all the pieces fit together and locked in very nicely. And I thought, okay, well, I said, well, yeah, I would be willing to speak with him, because the basics were that we were discussing this. And I said, well, let him know I'd be willing to speak with him. But, I'm reluctant to believe anybody. So I don't just take what I'm fed and run with it. So I thought I'd give a litmus test and have a first contact with him and then see how it went and how I felt about it. And then I would decide after that whether I want to move forward and continue the conversation or just, dismiss it. So that's kind of how it got initiated.
How many phone calls or conversations did you have with him before you decided, you know what, let's go ahead and record this and let me build something to produce, to release for the public to listen to? Any idea how much time you spent with him before you decided that?
Oh, it was at least 5 over the course of a month, maybe, because I wanted to get to know him very well. Like not talking about so in other words, yeah, talk about the theory maybe once, or the contact with Ron Logan and Kagan Klein. But then I just wanted to allow some time to go on to just have conversations and sort of gauge what type of person he was based on things that came up in conversations not associated with Ron Logan or Keegan Klein. So do you guys notice the headline here? The headline here says, affidavit claims Delphi bridge killer took souvenirs from teen victims in newly unearthed evidence. Daily Mail Online. Affidavit claims Delphi bridge guy killer took souvenirs from teen victims in newly unearthed evidence. After a period, I would say maybe around a handful conversations over a month or so. Then we talked about, well, hey, maybe let's do one recording, and let's do a recording or an interview, and let me let you tell the story. And so that's what kicked it off. And then I don't want to push too forward into this narrative for you, but yeah, so we did the one first. Oh, look, sorry for the dog. Look, it's Bridge Guy. Look, guys, it's Bridge Guy. It's literally Bridge Guy right there. And then again, like, we didn't do one for a while. We continued, casual conversations and maybe let time go by, and even didn't talk for some time. And that was the first go round.
Okay, and then I get the sense from what I recall, those couple of YouTubes that I watched, they're like 3, maybe 4 hours long, each of them. It's
Another awesome headline from The Sun here. Chilling video of suspect named by 15 tipsters as Delphi killer shows alarming similarities to infamous Snapchat clip.
quite a bit. Now, you had assembled that basically from like a series of phone calls, did you not? That's not just one outing one afternoon where you're like, hey, let's put this on record and let's have this conversation. You were able to build up a lot of material over time from what you had told me. Is that accurate?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. So, to distinguish the difference between, I believe he's made a couple of call-ins during a live stream where, say, I'll be doing a live stream and then he would have called in, for a little brief period, 30 minutes or so. And those are great because there's, it's a different sort of thing, but essentially the core of this for me is a single video I released that contained a compilation of all the recordings. And this is over the span of, I gotta say, at least 6 months or more, maybe 7 or 8, wherein we had just dozens of conversations. And what happens is, Ricci Davis suffers from a minor Tourette's condition. So his linear storytelling and ability to verbally communicate, really understandably is a little difficult. So though I felt, because of the lengthy time we had spoken and the number of conversations we'd have, I knew the story, all the facts that he relayed, I knew them very well, and I have ability to retain a lot in my memory. So I knew the story, and what I wanted was to be able to have that story told in the way I understood it. And so because of that, all those things, what I did is I told him, look, we'll just record our conversations, and then I won't release it until we feel that the story is told and that you're okay with it. And so that's what happened, is that over that long period of time, we just continued having conversations and recording them. And then I do remember there was a point where, we felt that a lot of these things we had discussed twice, 3 times over, so there were multiple recordings of the same topics or the same moments, because I went through and picked his brains about, at this moment of the story from this guy and at this moment. And so what I did is I did compile them all. I picked the best, cleanest versions of each of the segments of the story. And then I ended up stitching those together so that it made as clean of a linear narrative as possible, so that the listener could really follow what that story is.
I'm glad you did it that way. I think that is the better way to do it. And when I was listening to the replays of those, which I've, over weeks here, I've probably gone through, I don't know, 4, 5, 6 times. It feels seamless, like it's all just one recording. So you did a good job of compiling it and editing it. I couldn't tell. It just seemed like one afternoon you pick up the phone and you both had a few hours to like totally hash this thing out. And I know you guys made it clear on the recording that he has a Tourette's problem. He seemed fairly composed and comprehensible. He didn't get too stuttery or freeze up much. So credit to him for telling the story. I got to tell you, there's one point that comes to mind when I'm listening to this, and I didn't catch wind of this until I had a lot of other like background information. So he's telling the story, and it's like the beginning of it where he's talking about how they get the girls, they get them off the bridge, they put handcuffs on, Abby, with her small hands, is able to slip out of the cuffs and she's about to run away. And Libby's yelling at her, you know, go call the police, call grandma. And when he said call grandma, I had the hair on the back of my neck stand up, and I'm just like, how in the world, how would he even know that if he's been in prison all this time and doesn't get a lot of news from the outside world? That seemed to me like the first time I heard it, I was like, holy smokes, how would he know that little detail that Libby was raised by the grandma and lived with the grandparents? That was like, okay, there's something here. I got to hear the rest of this. I don't know if you had that reaction. I'm curious if there's anything that stood out to you when you first talked to him.
Well, I mean, I would say on that note, there is the possibility that he could have known, you know, and been told that she lived with her grandparents or they were raising her or whatever the case may be. But what struck me about that was the authenticity of it. You know, when I heard it first, to me, it lended a lot of authenticity to the story, because I wouldn't think that he would have dreamed that up as a lie to tell, to insert into this story, if he was a complete liar making the story up, and that he's going to sit there and dream up this moment to say, oh, I should, in this part of this story, say call grandma. It just doesn't gel with me that he would do that, and that would be something that would even occur to someone. So it struck me as lending authenticity to the story, because I thought, well, geez, sounds like whoever relayed that to him heard her say, call grandma, because it seems like something she would have said. But for me, the key detail, there's one thing that more than any that really, really, when I first heard when I first heard this piece of the story, it really brought a lot together for me, because it seemed to be the missing piece for me in this entire thing I've never understood well, which was the bodies of these girls being in different places, moved several times and staged. I never really could understand, and even aspects of what the crime scene investigators described with the blood flow patterns, and what some of the witnesses and searchers described with tire tracks, and that is the wheelbarrow. You know, so when he tells this part of the story about the wheelbarrow, it literally it was like a eureka moment where all the pieces of this puzzle came together that made this scenario understandable. You know, how Libby would be moved so easily, and how to explain the blood flow patterns on her face where the blood flowed as if her lower body was raised above her head, and then the tire tracks and all the different things that were always sort of anomalies. They came together in that moment, and I thought, well, that would explain everything that was sort of unexplainable before. And to think that he would be able to intuit some sort of way to add a wheelbarrow to this story, and thereby tick a lot of boxes with tracks, with blood flow patterns, with moving of the body several times, with the carrying of 200 pounds of dead weight. It just suddenly, a lot clicked into place, and I thought, there's absolutely no way this guy would just pull a wheelbarrow out of thin air to explain all of this away. And so that was, for me, in this entire story, I think that's the most compelling aspect of the story, that actually it like a puzzle piece locks into place.
Yeah, good point. That the wheelbarrow, and then there was one point where you and is it his wife that's I hear them refer to a female at times throughout the call. I assume that's his wife that was helping you connect it and get the call going. There's one point where you're like talking to each other about the friend who worked at the landfill that helped him get rid of the wheelbarrow. I think that's the story. And that was like, whoa. And I obviously you guys caught it. And, my mind immediately went to, is that Brad Holder? Is it someone else? That was a very interesting little gem that he had in the story.
Very interesting. Also something he would have no way of knowing. But I don't know. It's an interesting question.
I think overall the story to me, I'll put it this way. The story to me helps like fill in the gaps when I sit and listen or I'm reading about other accounts of the night of the search. No one found the bodies until the next day. The story fills in all the little gaps of like the little minutia details of why didn't they find them? Where did they go? It seems like a rather believable, and like I said, I've listened to it several times, and I haven't been able to like sit there and pick apart the story or find any like inconsistencies. So in my mind, I have his story as like the default model of what happened, and I still find myself, even when I talk to other people who are like, no, forget the Kleins, get off the Kleins, Ted, or let's talk about Ron Logan, and that's it. I have such a problem letting go of Keegan Kline in particular, and the idea that the girls were lured out there that particular day. And the Ricci Davis story, like, really, I guess, pours a solid concrete foundation around that. And I can't let it go yet. I haven't found, I guess, a better theory or a better model where I'm comfortable tossing the Ricci Davis stuff out the window. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I agree. And on this side of Richard Allen is not the lone wolf killer of Abby and Libby. Generally, there are two distinct camps, and I'm not sure if you've picked up on this yet, and many people haven't. Whoa, I think here is where I get into something really important, guys. So yeah, I'm not sure how quickly I dive into it, but I hadn't really spoken about this on this channel before, so now's a good time to kind of drop this nugget, I think. But there's a camp. Well, I guess no. I'm misspeaking here. There are three distinct camps. So let me start over with that. There are two sides on the public facing side of this past few years with Richard Allen. One side, which is the people who believe law enforcement and the prosecution side, they say Richard Allen is the lone wolf killer of these girls. Then there's the side that the defense attempted to push, which was, no, it's the Odinist, possible Vinlander white supremacist who killed these girls for a ritual. Well, what I'm saying now to clarify is that there are now two other sides, okay, and these two other sides are independent of either that mainstream prosecution or defense narrative, and the two other sides are the one that we're discussing now, which is centered upon the Ricci Davis, Keegan Kline, Ron Logan, and several other actors, theory. And then there's the other position is there are a group of people who are skeptics who what their general thesis is that, no, this is a cartel hit. So this is all about drugs, and this is a cartel setting up a hit against Libby's father, and it does not involve Keegan Kline. It does not involve Ron Logan. It does not involve any of the predation or luring of the girls. That this whole thing is a cartel hit, and they somehow utilized Keegan Kline's catfishing services on behalf of the cartel to exercise this. and then therefore staged the scene to look to send a message. Now, for me, that's totally nonsensical. It's nonsense. I think weighing those two, you have one that's backed by evidence, which is a lot of what Ricci brought forth, a lot of what Kagan has told others, because I think it's important to keep in mind and remember, Keegan Kline did not just tell Ricci that he was involved in this and his father was. Keegan Kline told a dozen people the same story, always with variations, but always the same story, essentially. And I think that's important to remember. And we've had several inmates who were not in Newcastle with Kagan, but in Miami County with Kagan, who came to us and gave us written and verbal testimonies about what Kagan had disclosed to them. And there's very much essentially the same, except often when Kagan tells his story, what he does, he pulls himself out of it. So he likes to tell this story and say, but I was just sitting in a car in the cemetery.
Okay, so people other than Ricci Davis in Newcastle have confirmed some of this information. Then that's news to me. I haven't caught that previously. That's interesting.
And in Miami County.
Okay.
And also, Ted, I'm sorry, but additionally, a few individuals on the outside, he has told this story in some form to Murder Sheet podcast. He's told the story in some form on other podcasts. He's told some of the women who were I don't know how to really put it, but oh my God, Prof don't know how to put it with these women. Oh my God, what were these women doing to Keegan?
This is bullshit, Alado.
Bruh. Okay, I don't know how to put it delicately, I should say. Let's say milking him for information.
Yeah, they were trying to spin him, and he ended up spinning them. From what I can tell, he strikes me as like the consummate, like, textbook spinster liar. I don't, reading these accounts of when he got interrogated and he just slips out of the grasp of the police because he tells them this or he tells them that. He's a masterful liar. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, and remember in Ricci Davis's telling of this story, he's almost like the mastermind. When he instructs Ron Logan,
yes,
to go out of the search party to dispel suspicions. When he says, keep the girl locked in the bathroom because we can't get out of here because the place is crawling with cops and drones.
Yes.
And I guess other aspects, he almost seems to be strategizing a lot of this.
Right. Well,
and Ron Logan comes. I'm sorry, Ted, but Ron Logan, in a way, kind of almost comes across as a more of a dupe or he didn't really seem to be spearheading this. He seemed to be kind of caught up in a situation and just going along with, maybe what Kagan was dreaming up as the best way to do this. But and I'm also saying, as I mentioned, others involved. It's not just these two guys in my mind.
Right. Now, okay, that is alluded to in the story, and I don't know if I can't say that he says it as a definite thing that happened, but the possibility comes up in his telling of the story that, and this is how it struck me, and it seems consistent with the other stuff I've seen about Keegan Kline, is that he sells CSAM stuff to Ron Logan, and you're right. I don't think Ron Logan rolled out of bed that day knowing what was going to unfold, or that he had some like general blueprint about how he's going to pull this off. And Ricci says, I think at the beginning of the story, that Ron was like skittish at the beginning, hesitant, reluctant, whatever word, and that they sort of twisted his arm. Keegan twisted his arm that we need you to go along with this. And otherwise, you know, you got all this stuff. We could roll on you and make it troublesome for you. And I think that part of it, the more I think about the overall story, that really does make a lot of sense. Like a botched, kidnapped plan. Things got out of hand. One of the Libby, I guess, starts screaming and freaking out, and Ron doesn't know how to handle it and gets in a tussle in a panic and decides to kill her to, you know, stop the chaos. That little angle or perspective of the story seems to make a lot of sense in my mind.
Yeah, for me too. And also makes sense that he could be sort of blackmailed or compelled because they have dirt on him. And, you know, you got to understand, when Ron Logan is telling this to Ricci, it's a month after it all happened. You know,
right.
Think of the emotions, how high they would have been after something so volatile.
Right.
And, you know, I wanted to add this because for me, the narrative, it gets a little confusing because it's not, I don't feel that Ricci was interviewing Ron Logan where he can ask pointed questions, where he knew the case inside and out, where he could investigate it. You know, he's sort of more just receiving whatever's being poured out. And when it came to that whole part of the story, sort of that initial struggle or interaction, kind of that part of the story, it's not really clear where that even happened, because I think people pigeonhole Ricci into trying to tie it into their understanding of the prosecution's theory. And I don't. I wipe the slate and I say, well, what this indicates to me is that if Ron Logan did say this to Ricci, then that indicates more so that at some point before the girls are dead, there was a struggle. Now, does that mean it happened 3 minutes after coming off the end of the bridge and blah, 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 and before they crossed the creek? No, not for me, it doesn't. It means that this could have happened. They didn't even have to walk those girls across the creek. They could have backtracked the same way they came, because they would have come from Ron Logan's property up a hill and then made a U-turn or a left turn and then come up onto the bridge and across, is the way that it's described. And then, so let's say they grabbed those girls, they could have easily just walked them right back across and down that hill and then avoided having to cross the creek altogether. But that's not to say that once they got on Logan's property, then something didn't go wrong and a struggle ensued. So what I sort of do is try to wipe the slate and just take what's given without inserting my own assumptions into it. And I did that for both of the tellings. And it made it easier for me to accept what's given without trying to retrofit it onto what I already think might have been a sequence of events.
That is interesting. And I had someone else clue me into this, and they portrayed to me like there's this route through the woods on the, I guess it would be the north end of the bridge, the opposite, the beginning, not where they were abducted, but the opposite end of the bridge where they started walking across. That there is a path in the woods in the trail that is like a discrete path where you could stay off the main trails if you're Keegan and Ron Logan wanting to head out to the MHB. And so what another little thing that's like mind blowing is that Ron Logan and whoever else is Keegan and whoever else, they would have not been seen by any of these trail goers. The three girls, Voorhees, Wilbur, and Anna Spath, or Betsy Blair wouldn't have seen them because they come up through the woods. And that was another sort of thing that kind of blew my mind, that who's Bridge Guy? And he addresses that in the conversation, but I think the way, though, if they went through the woods on that discrete path that was, pointed out to me, that would be almost perfect. Now, did they walk the girls back across the bridge? I don't know. And as far as the creek crossing thing, I still don't know what to think about that. Is there a shallow spot where they could cross and not get totally, soaking wet? I don't know.
There absolutely is, which is just the exact spot that most people believe. People who believe they crossed the creek, it makes it easily believable because that is exactly where that shallow spot is. But I do think it's way more highly likely what you're saying is that, you got to think if you're coming out of the woods in that way, it's the element of surprise and disguise. It gives you perfect cover. You can just pop out of it and suddenly you're there.
Yes.
It gives you the element of surprise. And also, if you're taking these two girls, the minute you get, I would say 10, 20 yards off of the trail into those woods, you're completely hidden. And if you have a way to cover their mouths or maybe a gun to keep them quiet, you walk them down. And the amazing thing, that path, do you know where it goes? It goes directly to where those bodies were found.
Okay. Yeah. I believe that's the way it was told to me. And here's another, since we're talking about that path, someone else, and it was probably Amy that pointed this out to me. There's a clump of hair that's found right on the trails, maybe off the trails on the opposite side of where this path would have come out of. Can you clarify the clump of hair? Is that even related to this in any sort of way? What do you think about this clump of hair that's alleged to be at the scene of the, what would that be? The north end of the bridge?
Okay, let me just preface this by saying, I don't know. I have not seen the evidence. I've only discussed it loosely with some individuals. So this next part, it's still somewhat of a mystery as to the specifics of the location of this clump of hair, or even in terms of whether this hair was pulled out or cut with a blade. So this next part of information or piece of information about the clump of hair, what is fact is there is a clump of hair and it's many hairs. What's not very clear is exactly where it was found, except near vicinity of the high bridge, and exactly how it was removed from the head of hair, whether it was pulled or cut. And what's also not clear as to why the hell it wasn't tested against the victims or even other POIs who were female. But we're talking about a clump of female hair. Okay, this is only allegedly. Allegedly, there's a large clump of hair. From my understanding, the facts of that are incorrect, though. That what I was, to the best of my understanding, where that large clump of hair was found is closer to what people would assume would be the point of abduction, which would be on the ground, on the dry ground, underneath that bridge, essentially where you come down. If they had been abducted on the south end of the bridge, which is the Weber property, it's known as, if you come down off that bridge onto the Weber property, you're on dry ground, and there's a large, portion of that bridge goes over that property on dry ground. And my understanding is that's where the hair was, which would have been essentially, if you believe that they're abducted at the south end of that bridge, that would have been near the point of abduction. And so when Ricci tells a story that there's a box cutter or carpet knife, as he puts it, and that when a struggle ensues, that Ron Logan makes a superficial wound to Libby, I would almost assume that maybe that's where the clump of hair is removed from Libby and found. But the most interesting thing is, why was that clump of hair not subjected to hair sample analysis and DNA analysis? You know, it's another mystery in this, what seems to be on the surface a bungled investigation.
Right. Interesting. There's another detail about the Ricci David. Okay, yeah, Ron Logan. That's what it was. So as Ricci's telling the story, they're not bunkmates, they're not cellies, as they say, but they're in like the same little cell block area. So apparently, in the mornings they have coffee together, they congregate, they're able to talk, and Ricci tells a story that like every day for weeks and months on end, Ron is, of course, preoccupied with this story. Some days he's up, some days he's down. I think the up, him being optimistic, comes later in the year, once he's sort of settled on, okay, McClelland's going to get in and modify me out. But at the beginning, the other thing that like stood out to me, not as much as the grandma comment, but it stood out to me that I think it's you ask, so is Ron Logan definitely the bridge guy? Ricci's answer, that there's no hesitation. Like he immediately, without missing a beat, is like, yeah, Ron is the bridge guy. And I sort of gathered that Ron figures out that, oh shit, they got videos and pictures, and he's sweating bullets in prison, like wondering, how far is this investigation going to go? Do they have me dead to rights? That's another part of the conversation that got my attention.
Yeah, and I often wonder. I'm not sure if you were finished with your question, but I often wonder, when he's first arrested and placed in there, is he thinking they're about to drop charges on him for this murder? Is that why he's sweating bullets and anxious? And is he fearing the worst, that he's going to get these charges dropped onto him? He knows the FBI has already gone search. He's in jail. They got him locked up already. That if they just drop these charges on him, he doesn't have the ability to run, escape, prepare his property. I could see if he was involved, that he would be extremely anxious, that first month or so before he maybe gets the wink and nod from someone. And if that's indeed what happened, I could see him being, just tore up. Like, am I about to be, subjected to the death penalty for this double homicide?
Right.
I don't know.
Yeah, I thought that. And, it's funny. So much of why people question the official story comes from people unnecessarily cooperating or running their mouth or giving interviews. And that's especially true from what I can see with Ron Logan. He did not have to do those interviews in the days and weeks after, where like Inside Edition shows up, local indie media shows up. He didn't have to grant those interviews. He could have declined and said, no, you're not allowed on my property. Go away. No comment. But this guy felt compelled, for whatever reason, that he could go and present it and put his little charm or spin on everything and somehow like gain control of the narrative and spin away. That's the impression that I get. And I gotta say, when I was going through YouTube videos, the first things that like set off red flags were like those initial Ron Logan interviews. And I'm reading the comments, and they're all like commenting in the comment section the same shit that's running through my head. Like, this guy looks almost exactly like Bridge Guy. And why is this guy so creepy? And I gotta say, if Ron Logan would have shut his mouth and we would have never gotten any of this footage, any of these interviews, especially like a couple days afterward, when he doesn't know that Bridge Guy video exists, but he's out there in like the same attire in front of the news cameras. If Ron Logan would have just shut up and never said anything, never put his face in public, I'm not so sure that I ever would have like dug into this story any deeper. It were a handful of videos on YouTube, and I think it was I know R&M. I think that's Angie. She was in the CW video. She's been around the scene. Her videos that I saw of like the Ron Logan stuff were like, holy shit, what is going on with this? I need to dig into this further. Like, this is incredibly suspicious. If he just would have shut up and gone away, I'm not so sure that I ever would have given this thing a second look and dug in deeper.
Right. And you know what's funny to me about that, as you say it, you know, there is a large portion of the people who have followed, investigated this case are convinced that he was involved or guilty of this crime. You know, and I'm talking about there are law enforcement officers who are certain that he was involved. There are
There sure are.
online sleuths that are certain. There are investigators that are certain. There are many people who are highly convinced that Ron Logan was either the lone wolf perpetrator or involved in these murders. And you know, despite 30 to 50 POIs, he's one of the few that he stood the test of time with people of that nature. And you know, that's not for no reason. There's a reason for that. And among the things you mentioned, and in his history, you know, he was known as being a violent person to women, and
Hit that lady over the head with a
having
wrench.
kids and young people.
Hit her over the head with a wrench. Hit her in the face, in the head, knocked her ass out with a wrench because he didn't like the shit she was saying. Sound familiar?
Around, you know, his at least the future. I mean, the recent past. You know, that for what we know about in the years leading up, there were meth heads always around, getting up to no good. There were young people,
Little girls and boys, brushing the horses, washing the horses.
all around, getting up to no good. And there were women who came forward saying, "Hey, this guy, he's a bad guy." Despite the old guy look with the smile and the charm on the TV, you know?
Right. Now, I remember reading some of that in the Nicole Robertson, the FBI search warrant that they had that people leaked. And the copy that I have has a murder sheet watermark on it. So I assume it was them who maybe originally leaked it, but yeah, something like a dozen plus former ex-lovers that have come forward and alleged, severe abuse. I think one of them even made a comment to other people that if I'm ever murdered or found dead, it was Ron Logan. I had seen, of course, I came across those clips with Connie Dillman a few years ago where she told her story, and she's in the CW documentary as well as a couple of these news segments from HLN. But I was able to speak with Connie Dillman at the beginning of this. I got her on the phone and I asked her, like, I saw these clips, like, do you stand by what you said? Would you double down on everything you said? Are you really certain you feel strongly that Ron Logan's involved and that he's bridge guy? And of course she did. She stuck by it. And I was just like, God, I can't believe this is the craziest story. There's one little thing I want to add in since we're talking about Ron Logan. And she told me this, and I don't think she'd have a problem with me revealing it. It's not like super secret info, but she told me that Ron had a history of like petty paperwork, petty insurance fraud, right? She tells the story about how he hit her over the head with a crescent wrench and she gets in her car and goes and seeks medical treatment. She didn't go to the cops. She didn't file charges, but she brought the billing from the medical center back to him. And he said, "Don't worry, I'll take care of it." And he took the paperwork and used whiteout or changed the name on the billing to his son, who's on his employer-sponsored healthcare, and then he turned that in as a bill. She said he was notorious for doing just little dumb, like petty shit like this with fraudulent paperwork. And One time he tried to do it again. He tried to weave her into it, but he submitted paperwork at his job, which I think she said he worked at Eli Lilly at the time. And so he passes forth this paperwork that's like fraudulent somehow. And he got fired from the job for that. And so the payoff here is that the last little paperwork fraud he ever tried to pull was his biggest stunt. And it's the 521 receipt from Aquarium World in Lafayette, Indiana. That it's clearly fraudulent.
Yeah, well, I didn't know that, but I tell you what, I believe her. And out of anyone who's came out and spoken about Logan, I believe Connie Dillman is the most believable, clearly traumatized and knows him well. And I think she's one of the truth tellers, and I love her. And I think that I'm grateful that she's come out to, so sort of share her experience to I don't know, to enlighten the public about more of the true nature of Ron Logan.
Yeah, I mean, it's highly emotional. It's embarrassing. It's traumatic to relive that. And kudos to her for having the guts to come out. But she was very adamant that the second she heard that girls were found dead in Delphi, and then when she learned it was on, the corner of Ron Logan's property, she just knew that he was involved somehow, some way. And I got to say, all the stuff, like I said, the video footage, the interviews, him trying to, charm and give people a tour of his property. It's all a very pathetic attempt, I think, for him to sort of spin it and massage it. And there's one clip in particular. It's two women from Fort Wayne, Indiana. It's like a 10-second segment. And I think it's on the R&M Productions channel. I can't remember, but he talks about the girls in a very disgusting way, talking about if they hadn't have been stupid and got themselves killed, if they could have waited another 3 weeks, another month, he would have been totally out of this predicament. And, hearing him talk like that is like, how callous could you be? And I think it speaks to his guilt in it. I'm sure you've heard that clip, Prof. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, to try to make himself a victim when those two girls are the victims is pretty appalling, But it's deflection, it's to say, oh, don't worry about them, they've made my life bad. And I knew. He also says something to the effect, I played it on my show recently, not a couple episodes ago, where he says to those ladies, he says, I knew when they put them damn trails in here that it would attract all kind of drug heads and perverts and this and that and the other. Well, it's funny because like many have come out and revealed to us, he was the one maintaining the common nuisance. He regularly, shout out Noe Amos. Shout out Noe Amos if you're watching. I know you're banned from YouTube, but if you're watching, Noe, Ron Logan maintaining that common nuisance. Had a bunch of junkies around in his property, and he would exploit them for taking his animals and stuff, and and then they would go off and they'd be high as a kite and loitering and malingering around his property. And it leads to that rumor of there being, the night before all of this transpired, and I believe Ricci tells that in his story, that there's a large gathering of these kids, and they're getting all drunk and high, and they're destroying shit and being way too out of hand, and to the effect that at some point they get asked or told to clean this shit up and leave the property, and so they go, just right over the line in what people say is to the cemetery. Oh my God. Oh my God, the bombs being dropped the bombs being dropped in this portion of the interview. I mean, jeez.
Oh my God! This is bullshit, Alado.
Bruh. Can I back that up like 30 seconds? A large gathering of these kids, and they're getting all drunk as a kite and loitering and malingering around his property. And, you know, it leads to that rumor of there being, the night before all of this transpired, and I believe Ricci tells that in his story, that there's a large gathering of these kids, and they're getting all drunk and high, and they're destroying shit and being way too
Smoking that
out
spice,
of hand, and
smoking that
to
spice,
the effect
meth.
that at some point they get asked or told to clean this shit up and leave the property, and so they go, you know, just right over the line in what people say is to the cemetery, which is just still, you know, essentially the cemetery is still his backyard, you know, for the most part.
Right. I'm glad.
The cemetery is his backyard. Let's be real. Let's be fucking real. Let's be real. Bombs are being dropped. Freedom of
speech is.
Glad you segued into this because I wanted to ask you about this. Now, the 12th, February 12th, 2017 was a Sunday, and by some accounts, there are rumors that he had this sort of get together, a pig roast, a hangout, whatever it is. I've heard it described several ways. Have you been able to track down any of these rumors and independently verify that this happened outside of the Ricci Davis account?
Well, only coming from the community in the early years, where they do attest that this happened. And the way the story goes is that the Mears, who own the property across the street and adjacent also, they maintained this thing where on Sundays they would illegally sell alcohol out of their shed or barn, you know, and that was a known thing, and it was why on Sundays people would congregate in the area. So the way that I put this together in my understanding is, what if it's Ron Logan and the Mears are both providing this alcohol on Sundays because it's a dry state, I believe, or county. I don't know if this is a statewide thing or countywide, but definitely in Delphi, there at that point there was no liquor or alcohol on Sundays. So if all of these kids and party goers know that if they want to party and hang out and drink, that all they got to do is go out there to Ron's and the Mears or the cemetery even, and that Ron would have alcohol to sell them, and that the Mears would have alcohol to sell them, and that maybe they could also be barbecuing at Ron's backyard, and then and they bring their own drugs of choice, or maybe they call over. You know, with this whole thing that I mentioned earlier with the conspiracy theory of the cartel, I think it's because we're tying into the meth world, you know. So if they're needing to get some sort of drugs, meth, pot, spice, anything, heroin, you know, if they're wanting drugs, they already got the alcohol set up with the Mears and Ron and a barbecue grill or whatever. And so maybe, I'm assuming, it could be as simple as make a phone call, and then a dealer shows up with whatever you need, and then everybody gets a little, and then, you know, suddenly you have like a coming together or intersection of all the worst things. And anytime I've analyzed this case, regardless of the different theories and all of this, you know, I look at it as these girls intersected with monsters, you know, and to your point earlier about Kagan Klein and Anthony Schatz, well, we know from Indiana State Police on the record, it's absolutely confirmed that the girls were lured there that day by the Anthony Schatz account, whoever was using it. So no lie, it's on the record. It's on the record. The girls
were there because of the Anthony Shots account. They thought they were meeting a cute boy with a Lamborghini. Fact check me on that, bitch. So I would say, what are the odds that two different predators targeted these same two victims simultaneously on the same day at the same place at the same time? It's just so incredibly unlikely statistically. Astronomical odds that these girls would be triangulated by two completely different predators at the same place at the same time. Astronomically impossible.
Right.
Yeah. So I do, I put this in my mind and say, well, look, if you have all these people who are doped up, drinking, partying, been doing it for, 24 hours, they send a text and get these girls out there, maybe with the idea of either kidnapping them and committing crime, or maybe not even with the idea of kidnapping. Maybe they thought they could get these girls out there and something consensual happen if they offer them drinks and a fucking joint to smoke or something. I don't know, but I definitely see, regardless, you have this intersection of all of these things all at once. And so in general, if I zoom out to the 30,000 foot view, that's sort of how I analyze this and how I distinguish it from the state's highly unlikely narrative that some guy just randomly decides after having a few beers one day to go take a walk, and then in the middle of broad daylight on a trail decides to take these two girls, not even knowing what he's going to do with them. I look at the likelihood of each of those scenarios, and I think, scenario A that I painted out with all of these people, in drinking and smoking and everything else, and maybe luring the girls out to them, that makes a lot more sense to me.
Yes. I've expressed this elsewhere, but yeah, ever since I heard the Ricci Davis story, I can't, like I said, it is like the preeminent model for how this thing took place. And the state is asking us to say, no, the girls weren't lured out there by the Snapchat catfisher. No. It was Richard Allen. Richard Allen swooped in at the last second and took the victims away from the Snapchat catfisher, stole their lunch right out from under their nose. That's the story. And ever since I've heard the Ricci Davis story, I can't get past that. And, there's other people who have commented. There's a clip from Inside Edition from years ago with John E. Douglas, who is the mind hunter that helped the FBI track down serial killers. And they ask him about this case, and he says this is not a case where someone with no prior record rolls out of bed one day and decides, you know what, I'm going to kidnap some girls and have my way with them down in the woods. It's such a preposterous thing to believe, but apparently they were able to convince 12 people on a jury to go along with that. So like I said, the Ricci Davis thing, it is the model, and it's so hard to let it go. And, like I told you at the beginning here, one of the first controversies that kind of piqued my interest and perked my ears up when I heard it is that there are weird symbols, occult, pagan, whatever, left at the crime scene. And so someone's got to explain what the hell this is. It's not nothing. These branches didn't fall off trees in certain patterns and happen to fall on the girls with the girls' bodies positioned in these weird signature symbols. That didn't just happen by accident. Someone did that. And so the Odinist thing, I saw that at very early in the beginning into my investigation into this. And of course I was just like jaw on the floor. Holy crap. This is odd. This is spooky. But again, like we talked about earlier, I don't think Keegan Kline is dumb. He's many things. He's a criminal. He's a pervert. He's a liar. He's not dumb. He's quite clever from what we have put in front of us. And it could very well be that he got clever, got smart, and decided, you know what? Let's point away from ourselves at someone else, and let's put this weird stuff at the crime scene to make it look like some other weird group did this. Now, I guess that's quick thinking and one in a million, but someone's got to explain to me. If you want to convince me that Richard Allen did this, well, I want to hear Richard Allen explain to me why the hell he made the crime scene look like it did. You know what I mean? You get what I'm saying here, Prof?
Yeah, and what would be his knowledge of that type of thing? Like, where had he encountered that before? If he indeed had decided to do that, because it's clearly there's intention behind those symbols, you know. But the way I look at it, like, we know that Keegan Kline had dabbled in the occult or witchcraft type ideations before. That's come across from several individuals in direct contact with him. He clearly explained that and established it. Analyze that crime scene, looking at the images and thinking about it, is you have to make a decision, and that's A, is this an authentic ritual, authentic symbols from a ritual group, and an authentic staging that means that it is authentically a ritual tableau that's left there? Or is it staging that is not indicative of authentic ritual, that staging that's made to look like what someone's idea of a ritual would be? And, you know, it's almost like if you analyze all the statements from the experts, including the BAU for the FBI and all the above, they generally say it looks like what someone's idea of when you do a ritual, this is type of staging. And that would align with what Ricci is saying. Now, what's odd about that is there's an incredible woman named Dr. Dawn Perlmutter. And I'm sure she would not mind me saying this, and I've never said this before because I'm not one to do so, but you know, I've spoken with Dr. And she's a wonderful woman. She's highly educated. She's an expert in the field, and even instructs on the federal level for these types of crimes. Now, the odd difficulty here is that for the defense of Richard Allen, she attested that these were authentic signatures of ritualistic crime, and she laid out comprehensively why. And it's not that I disbelieve her, but I tend to think, well, what do we know? We know that those symbols are not necessarily completely authentically Norse pagan. They're not all clearly identifiable runes. So although there are authentic signatures of ritualistic staging and a scene, could it be sort of a mixture of that Keegan Kline had an idea of occult elements and these sorts of things if he had seen in books or on social media? And could he have taken advantage of that, and that in Dr. Perlmutter's interpretation, because of the information she had at her disposal, which was highly centered upon the fact that this was an authentic ritual based upon the Frank's memorandum, could it be a misinterpretation? I think there's a fine line, but I'm leaning towards, no, there's too many discrepancies, because even the mark on the tree, it's not truly a rune in a very clearly identifiable. It's not an Ansus or a Fehu, because an Ansus would look very distinctly perfect in the way that it's drawn, and a fehu would look very distinctly perfect. And the way that this symbol on the tree is, it's sort of a mix between the two. You know, there are definite right angles. There's definitely an attempt to make something like a T and or an F, but you don't see the clear downward facing, parts of the F or upward facing. And it's also not a distinct F. So with that ambiguity, and then the ambiguity of the patterns on Libby, it's very difficult. But when I back out, what I see, beyond a shadow of a doubt, what I see is there's tarot figuration in the staging of their bodies. One is staged like a hangman, one is staged like a magician. Okay, and the reason I'm saying this is because that would indicate that the individual staging their bodies had knowledge of the tarot cards, or at least some of the main figures in the tarot cards, of which the magician and the hangman are highly prevalent and rememberable. And then, yeah, it is by a body of water, sort of in a clearing. So I do agree with Dr. Perlmutter on the majority of the contextual, symbology and context of the crime scene. But in the interpretations of the runic figurations, I only see one symbol that could at all be interpreted as a rune, and that's the one on Abby. And so I think it's food for thought. And I think it's an open-ended question, but just the distinction between, is this an authentic ritualistic crime scene, or is this staged to resemble ritualistic crime scene? I think that's the true nature of the analysis that has to be done going on into the future. And that would really tell you, is this a ritual, or is this staged to look like a ritual?
Yeah, that's interesting. Now, I don't think I picked up on that detailed, nuanced take of it, that it appears to resemble one but not be authentic. I might have missed that. It might have went over my head. I don't know if I told you this when we spoke, but I just finished the and people are probably gonna laugh when I say this, but I just finished 2 books about Delphi. One was the Nick Edwards Quest to Find the Man on the Bridge. He does the True Crime Garage, I think is the name, which I've never listened to it, but I was able to get my hands on a copy, so I was like, all right, I'll check it out. And so I read that, and then I read the Murder Sheet book, right? And so in the trial, they had Dawn Perlmutter come on for the defense, and I forget the details, but McClellan and the prosecution were able to quickly poke holes. She didn't review, and the defense team didn't meet with her ahead of trial and coordinate the testimony. So they caught her in some sort of inconsistency, and they were able to, like, more or less, impugn her testimony, make it look like she didn't know what she was talking about, and be inconsistent. So I don't know if that's true. I just happened to catch that recently in the Murder Sheet book. And then also Pat Cicero, Brian Olahi. Cicero's the blood spatter guy who testified at the trial, and he talked about the supposed Ansus on the tree, and he tells this story that he was not able to use his own blood. He took vials of his own blood out there to the crime scene and tried to recreate that symbol on the tree using his own blood and painting it on there. And he claims he was not able to replicate it, and that when he put this chemical luminol, which like helps you see, you put a black light and you can see fluids that are on the floor or on the wall, whatever. He put that chemical on there, and he claims that it's an upside down L shaped figure, and that, I can believe all that. But then he added this other little detail. He says that it's not a painted L. He called it a transfer stain. And he says it comes from Libby, like the outside edge of her palm, that she leans up stumbles or tries to brace herself on the tree after suffering her wounds, and that she has blood on her hands, and that her touching the tree creates a transfer stain. And maybe that is truly what happened. I found it a little bit too tall of a tale to believe. So I'll throw that out there since it's fresh in my mind.
Yeah, well, that's absolute hogwash. Absolute hogwash. Yeah, you can clearly see from the images that it's definitely intentional, and there are definite right angles, multiple definite right angles. It's absolutely implausible that that's a palm print. No matter what he says, the reason he said that is because you have to explain away why that exists, because there's no way to explain why Richard Allen would do that. There could be no conceivable explanation to compel a jury as to why Richard Allen would dip his finger in Libby's blood and produce that mark on the tree. So the fallback was, well, it's her handprint, but all you have to do is use your own eyes and take a look at the image. You can clearly see that it's entirely implausible. Yeah, so what I was saying there, for anyone who that might have gone over their heads, they had to come up with this excuse for the marking on the tree because it is intentional. It was done intentionally with a finger. Do you guys remember Tobe Lesenby saying that they had fingerprints? Remember? Okay, the fingerprints they had, I believe, came from the blood in the tree, on the tree. Anyhow, they had to explain away that marking on the tree because there could be no explanation that could possibly explain why Richard Allen would do that if he was a sex crazed, half drunk, spontaneous, opportunistic killer. Okay, there could be no explanation that they could convince a jury as to why Richard Allen would choose in the midst of this beer-fueled sex rage murder to stop what he's doing and dip his finger in the victim's blood and then paint it on the tree and with these right angles in either an upside down L or an F or some sort of attempted rune or whatever you want to call it. So because they could not reasonably explain why Richard Allen would do that, they had to come up with the most bullshit explanation you could ever imagine, which is that Libby did it by trying to balance herself on a tree after she had just grabbed her neck. Just absolutely unbelievable. And this is the levels they were willing to stoop to railroad this guy. Like this, these are the type of leaps in logic or illogical leaps that they had to make to try to explain all of this. I mean, literally bending over backwards to try to explain that marking on a tree, and in order to compel a jury to not believe their own eyes when it's clear to anyone with eyes that this is not a handprint. Now back to Dawn Perlmutter, I just want to correct you on one thing for the audience, is that it was in the pretrial hearings because she was not allowed to participate in trial proper.
Okay.
But that is part of the pretrial hearings. All of that did occur, but primarily because the judge was, for all intents and purposes, exhibiting a large degree of bias. And you could clearly see that the judge was facilitating this dismissal of anything to do with any third parties whatsoever, and including Dr. Perlmutter's, reasonable explanations.
Yeah. Now, look, we've gone about 90 minutes. I don't want to take up too much of your time. I hope we can do this again and more often. I hope this is one of like a series of conversations that I can have with you, because there's so much to this and we're just sort of scratching the surface. Let me close out with this. Here's one last question for you to address. How, I don't know if I'm sure you have been following the the updates on what is next to take place in the appellate case. And it's my understanding that September is the big dateline here for oral arguments in front of, I think, a three judge panel for the next step in the appeal case here. How confident are you, Prof, on what comes next? I am rather pessimistic, and I hope I'm wrong. How confident are you on a scale 1 to 10 that there's going to be a reversal of fortune here for Richard Allen?
Well, I would say greater than 50% because, I'm aware, like I believe in Indiana, you're looking at a maximum of 9% success rate in Indiana for overturning on appeal. However, when I look at this case and the large volume of compelling missteps by the prosecution and the judge, and then combined with the high-profile nature of this, I think it's going to be a really tall challenge for the appellate tribunal to hear this and to understand that this is extremely high profile, and they are setting a precedent for future cases and the behavior and actions of the court in these type of proceedings for the missteps of the investigators and prosecution, and then and also for the pretrial solitary confinement and what that might mean for the future of all citizens of Indiana, because although there are many elements of this appeal that are highly compelling, I think the most precipitous aspect of it is what happened to Richard Allen. How he was handled, how he was brought in as a pretrial detainee and placed in solitary confinement for 13 months and suffered extreme mental illness and psychosis, and then was being forced medicated, and then all of these things started snowballing. I think that the appellate judges are very well aware that they're going to be sending a message. And so I'm looking at it as this is going to be a political move in that what message are you sending to the public in Indiana? Are you saying that we can do this to whoever we want, whenever we want, on in perpetuity, and we're going to set this precedent, and we can take anyone innocent until proven guilty and subject them to this type of essentially torture to benefit the state? And I just believe that it's such an egregious example. If I was an appellate judge, I would be reluctant to set that sort of precedent. But you got to. Is this going to be a political move? Because they also are state actors and employed by the state. Incentive to protect the image of the state, and should this be overturned, this is going to be a huge smear and embarrassment on the state of Indiana, and also the little locals there that prosecuted this case. So
Not
I think they have a
It's
challenge
gross
ahead,
and icky.
and I'm hoping that good will prevail, and that at a minimum they will overturn this and remand for a new trial, considering all of those things and the fact that this is well beyond, in my opinion, the border of human rights violations. And to condone these sorts of human rights violations just for an easy victory, I think politically it's suicide. But like I said, at the same time, they are very well aware if they overturn this, it's going to be a huge embarrassment for the state, and that means the attorney general and the governor and on down. So I'm keeping my fingers crossed that they'll do the right thing. And I would urge the public, go and educate yourself on the appellate filings and all of the information in there and what the appellate attorneys for Richard Allen are claiming, because all of us are citizens. We all have family members. Many of us are parents, and understanding that that could happen to any of us. And is that the precedent we want to set and leave for our children? And so I'll leave it at that. And I would be glad, Ted, to speak with you again and your audience. And I truly appreciate the time and the opportunity to speak with you on this.
No, thank you. I appreciate it. I cold emailed you out of the blue and you took a chance, and I really appreciate you giving me a chance, and we definitely need to do it again. For folks that may not be familiar, tell them how to get to your YouTube channel, and then tell them, I know you can search on people's YouTube channels. How do they find those Ricci Davis interviews? What are the titles of those YouTube episodes?
Okay, you caught me by surprise. Or I'm going to look them up to give you the titles. But for those listeners who don't yet know where to find me, easily findable. If you go to YouTube and just type in the Prof Delphi, so that's the Prof Prof Delphi, you can easily find me. And on my channel, you can go ahead and look for my Ricci Davis videos. Probably the best one to start with. Let me see. It's called Ricci Davis Whistleblows on the Delphi Murders. And I highly recommend everyone go watch that and just find me in general. And we'd be glad to have your commentary and participation. No matter what side of the fence you stand on, I try to provide a balanced view, substantiated with documents and filings, and as much that I can give you to educate yourself. So, like you mentioned early in the show, my objective has just been to do a lot of the heavy lifting so that, I can do what I can to give as much to the public as possible to decide for themselves what they're looking at. And so that's where I am over on YouTube at the Prof, and I appreciate all of your time, and I appreciate your time, Ted.
Yeah, thank you much.
All right. Well, that was about it with part 1 of the discussion. Okay. We will do part 2 of the discussion at a future point, but there's a couple more things I want to get into tonight. So the first thing I wanted to address was with this document here, which is called Defendant's Verified Motion to Preserve and Produce Specific Evidence, which I call, in short, Verified Motion to Preserve and Produce. Okay. And I want to take you over here to page 2 of this document. And this is to address some of the gaslighters, because as you know, as I mentioned, we've got some retarded ass demon street walking trolls out here, and they like to push this thing where they say, "Hey, Prof, hey, Diana, what do you have to say? How are you going to answer to this that Ricci Davis says Richard Allen was involved with Keegan Klein in this?" And so I would point you to the defendant's verified motion to preserve and produce specific evidence. This one right here. And hey, thank you, Ninja Warrior Assassin, coming with a $20 super sticker. Thank you, Ninja, for the support there. We appreciate that. Look, I would love to share this with you right now. Okay, Ninja, this is for you, Ninja. Thank you very much. Listen, we're going to read starting at number J. Well, actually, we're going to back it up. We'll start with I, but I'm going to get to the point. Number I says, these conversations between Ricci Davis and Keegan Klein occurred all the way up to the guilty verdict, at which time Klein expressed his relief that he would no longer be a viable suspect in the murders due to Richard Allen's conviction.
Oh my God!
Number J, letter J, not knowing whether Richard Allen could be the third person involved in the murders, Ricci Davis asked Keegan Klein whether Mr. Allen was the third person involved in the murders. Klein replied that Richard Allen was not the third person involved in the murders and had nothing to do with the murders.
freedom of speech.
Keegan Kline further in letter K revealed to Ricci Davis that he and Logan knew each other through the sharing of child pornography, also known as sexual abuse material, because we don't like that word child pornography. But Kline and Logan knew each other through the sharing of this CSAM that they shared on burner phones, and further that they, Kline and Logan, would see each other every 3 to 6 months so that he could assist Ron Logan with using the burner phones because he was inept with working with electronic devices.
Prof is a fucking terrorist.
Ricci Davis further explained in L that once Keegan began revealing his role in the murder sometime in the summer and fall of 2024 before Mr. Allen's October trial, Ricci began sending letters to Nikki McClellan, providing many of the details of his conversations with Kline and Logan. Okay, so now I'm going to send you to Defendant's Exhibit 4A, which is Intake CJIS 791, which reads as follows. On May 15th of 2017, May 15th of 2017, Ricci Davis's friend contacted the FBI public access line to report a tip in the Delphi homicide. She provided the following information. Ricci Davis is currently incarcerated at Newcastle Correctional Facility. She received a call from Ricci Davis advising he is in the same block as Ron Logan, owner of the land where the Delphi homicides took place. She reported that Logan is in prison for parole violation in May of 2017 again. Logan confessed to Ricci step-by-step killing of these two girls. Ron Logan told Ricci how he burned his clothes in a fire pit and their clothes. Bruh. Pew, 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 pew. He burned things in a fire pit, used box cutters, and struggled with one of the girls, Libby, and he thought drops of blood from his nose ended up on her clothes. Ricci also advised that he killed the older girl, Libby, first. Ricci's friend said that Ricci wants nothing from this but justice for the girls.
Freedom of speech.
And this was on May 15th of 2017. So this is Defendant's Exhibit 4A, Intake CJIS 791 from Investigative Thread 8578, filed January 20th of 2025. Okay? So this is for all the special ones in the back who have a really hard time understanding reality, evidence, and facts.
Bruh. This is bullshit alive, though.
It was our job to help law enforcement.
All right. So have we cleared that up with a couple documents for you guys, of which I gave you the titles, the page numbers, the receipts for you to go look up for yourselves? Yes. And before we end, we have another receipt. Okay. We have a special guest here who is actually just like Ricci Davis in the same block with Keegan Kline, who has decided to come forward and add a little more information. Okay. Add a little more information to your knowledge so that we can understand that we are not playing around here. Okay. So everybody, please do me a favor here. And before I let him in, let me explain. You do realize that in the trial record, in the case record, it is revealed that Nicholas McClellan
had offered Keegan Klein immunity, right? Immunity to testify in this context. And all Keegan wanted was to be placed in witness protection as a result. Okay, so let's move on. Please help me welcome in my friend and a gentleman who came into this case specifically because he was a I guess a prison mate of Mr. Keegan Klein, and that is Mr. David Noe Ramos, who we affectionately call Noe Ramos or Noe. So please welcome him in, and let's get him in here, and we're going to say hello and make sure the sound's okay. Hey, Noe.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Ramos. Good evening.
How are you doing, Mr. Bordeaux?
I'm doing good. Good to see you.
That's excellent.
Well, thanks for joining us. I know that you wanted to share some things, so I'm not going to delay things very much. I'm going to give you the floor, and
Thank
I'm
you.
so glad for you to join us in this particular episode.
Yeah, interesting. I would like to say hello to your audience, everybody. Um, you guys, I see a lot of people, so I'm just gonna say hi to everyone at once and get to it. Uh, for the longest time, I had convinced myself, and I had told even you or any of the other YouTube creators, etc., that I wouldn't talk about my interview with David Vito. Um, I only talked about my interactions with Kagan while in custody at the Miami County facility in Peru, right? So I did that for a minute, and then I guess I got distracted, and that's what people wanted me to think about something else so that I wouldn't talk about Kagan. So I was thinking, like it's time that I talk about what Kagan shared with me, and consequently, I shared with Detective David Vito, and it's the story that Kagan shared. It's the same story that Kagan shared with Ricci Davis. Um, and I remember that when I first knew that Kagan was a person of interest in the Delphi murders, like I thought immediately that if I was able to get anything out of him that would help solve the murders of two young girls, I would do it. Like I would turn confidential informant. Um, as we all know, I have a close friend who is a veteran and retired ISP, Indiana State Police decorated uh, officer, and retired. And I knew that somehow, it would be easy to relay any crucial information to help solve the murder of these kids. And it took a few days. The first day, uh, I just let it ride. I let it simmer and settle in my brain. But in a few days, when I had interaction with Kagan, and I could talk to him, and my goal was to get him one on one. Like in the day room when everybody's asleep. And I used to get up early and draw and watch the news. And sure enough, Kagan started coming out to the day room, and his wasn't by choice. he had to, because they would come and get him every morning. I'm talking about July of 2022. So there, towards the end of July and the month of August, um, he would he would go leave the facility every day, and that's when I took the opportunity to talk to him. When he would come out to the day room and sit by himself and wait for the cops to come and get him. So this was during the Wabash River search. And the way I approached Kagan was I started talking immediately about drugs. Um, I I pretty much told him that I was there for drugs, and that was my downfall. It seemed like every other year, every 2 3 years or 4 years, I would end up back into like getting in trouble for drugs, right? And and that conversation turned into drug dealing, okay, hustling. So I asked Kagan how much how much weed was the most weed he's ever seen, or dope, or what kind of dope. And he told me that he was a hustler, and he had a bunch of connections, and he could get anything, from heroin to marijuana to cocaine, crack. Um, and also he was into the streets hustling. He could get anything from guns to phones, electronic devices, laptops, computers. Um, so it turned into a drug dealing conversation, and he said that the most the most weed he'd seen had in his hands was a quarter pound.
Small
And I
potatoes. Small
and
potatoes.
and I looked at him, and I said, me, my memory, the most dope that I've ever had in my hands and possessed was 1,600 pounds at Boca Chica Beach in Brownsville, Texas. And that that load ended up in McAllen and Raymondville, Texas, and essentially found its way to Atlanta, um, Lake Wales, Florida, and Chicago. And he had he was like, oh, holy
What we
shit,
call that is the cartel highway.
you're moving heavy shit. And I said, well, I'm retired. I seem to get in trouble for it, so it's time. I just work. Presently, I work in shipping and receiving at a factory company here in North Central Indiana. So that was how was able to. I hate to say it, but like, get him to trust me, and switch the talk from like, let's play this game on the table, to let's talk criminal, right? And I left it at that, and the days went by, and he, I mean, a few days went by, and I caught him again, and I said to him, um, so what's going on with this Reaver thing, right? And I acted like it was cool to talk to me, and I asked him, why are you leaving the block every morning? You want to tell me about this River thing? And he said, he told me that they were investigating him for a double homicide in Delphi, Indiana, and that he was helping the cops with finding some things that were used in these murders. But he he told me that he only knew the people who were involved, and that's why they were interviewing him and taking him out and asking him to assist, because he knew the people involved. Okay. And so I said, so who's this, who you're talking about? And he said, well, the person. Now let's go back to summer of 2022. I don't know anything about the case. I've only heard about it once in 2017 when it first happened. And I don't know anything. I don't know about YouTube, what's going on YouTube. I don't know about live streams and none of this shit, right? Or any of the shows that were out then, which was like Sunny Justice and these people, Rick Snay, who were covering the case. All I knew was that I'm talking to this motherfucker that he is a person of interest in the murder of two little girls. And that's the way I see it, because, like, I think, well, I have a niece who's their age. Um, I coached dozens and dozens of kids here who were just like Libby and Abby. I coached them in soccer year after year after year in many communities around here. So I'm like, this dude right here, I got to get as much as I can, and I got to figure out a way to get him to trust me. Well, anyway, he tells me that his dad is friends with the person, the owner, the property owner of where they found the bodies. Okay. And so I'm like, okay, so then tell me about the investigation. What do they want from you? Well, they think that they threw some items related to the murders in the river, and I'm helping them, like, point out the location or the area, because I'm from Peru, Indiana. And of course, he incriminated his dad. Of course, he said, and his dad is a friend of the property owner. So to me, when he told me that, he shared that with me, I was like, holy cow. So this dude is opening up, right? He's like actually now putting a connection between at least his dad or his family. He described it as a family friend of his father. That's to use the correct term, or the right term that he used. And so anyway, then he started talking about immunity. Okay. And by this time, I guess I'm talking about maybe more towards middle of August, second half of August, somewhere in there. Um, I can't exactly remember when the river search ended, but I'm pretty sure it was right in the middle of it when he came in and he said, now at this time I was with a group of people, and he told me and several others that they had offered him immunity if he just shared all the information he knew about the people who were involved with these murders. So when it came with Kagan and me, he would always use like a third person involved, but it's like a mystery person, right? Even though he's mentioned his father. And at that time, I didn't know that the owner of the property owner was Ron Logan. I just knew him as the owner of the property where the girls were found dead, and him and these other people that are involved, right? So I left it at that, but it was pretty interesting to know that, okay, so immunity for what? Like, what do you mean immunity for what? Like, what did you do? Or so that was the next angle that I was going to explore. But I couldn't do that in front of people, so I would wait till the morning when he came out, and he was waiting for the cops to come get him. And I asked him, okay, can you tell me a little bit about what these other people that you're talking about, like what was their goal, their what was their goal, what were they after, um how did they decide that two girls were going to be the targets? So I started thinking in that, like, like questions that I guess a cop would ask. I don't know. So I asked him clearly. I said, why were you guys? Was this group reaching out to like 13-year-old kids? And he told me that they were doing they were carrying out perverted fantasies with kids that age, and that that's why those kids were sent out there to the bridge. And when I asked them, so how did the kids know to get to the bridge? He said, my dad arranged the kids to come out there, thinking that it was another person, right? In other words, he lured the kids out there, Abby and Libby, and he made them believe that they were going to meet someone else. That's how he explained it to me, okay? And he told me clearly that that was his father who did that. Um, so, then when he would bring up the others, you know, there were others involved. There were other people who were doing this, you know, who had also had these fantasies, and it was like something that it was like a business. He made it sound like, right? And I said to him, um, so what happened? What happened that day? How did everything turn out? And here's what he told me next is kind of like, it reminds me of Ricci's story, because he said, okay, well, we went out to Delphi. We They were in Delphi, okay, and they went out to meet the family friend, and his dad and the family friend and others were supposed to be in luring these girls, okay, and then his role was to sit in a car at the cemetery, okay, and then when the girls were intercepted and taken, they reconvened, and his dad and the property owner and these others, okay, at the very least one, because how I thought that other person missing was Richard Allen back in the beginning, back in September, you know. So I can see why he might have, Reese might have had the same, gotten confused and had that same thought. But when you look back, like when you put everything, I'm just gonna say it how they say it. When you put the totality of the things that Kagan said, and the totality of what they did not find on Richard, you can tell that Richard was not the other person that Kagan mentions, at least in my story. Um, so yeah, he said that they took the girls, and to me, I never heard the word cabin. I never heard the word shack or barn. I heard the word shed. And he said the girls were taken and put in a shed. And then these perverted fantasies were performed. Okay. And then um the girls were something went wrong and the girls were killed. And his main role, okay, was to dump them. And that's the exact word he used. He said, I helped them in dumping them. So when I heard Reese's story about the wheelbarrow and them being dumped, that immediately made me think of Kagan, the story that Kagan told me. I mean, I didn't know any details about the wagon, the wheelbarrow, and or the print on the tire marks on the ground, but the word dump, it just kind of like it rang to me like, man, this totally makes sense. That's what Kagan meant when he told me that he helped in the dumping. Well, I believe that. Um, oh, I'm not here to tell you my opinion. I'm here to tell you what happened. So, okay. So now he's covered the immunity. He's told me about him and his dad being there, um, and that he knows others who were involved. And his father is the friend, is a family friend of the property owner where the girls were found. He's getting he's he's getting immunity for helping out law enforcement, and he is directing ISP or whoever the fuck it was. I didn't know who it was, which is the cops, to a river search. So he's cooperating. So all this totality, you know, when it was getting closer for me to get out, because I got out on September 29th. So now you're talking about mid-July, the whole month of August, and then almost the whole month of September. I got out on my birthday that it was a Thursday, September 29, 2022. Um, so I was like, okay, I think this fucking fat ass, um, he had something to do with these murders. I mean, he knows that if at the very least uh he knows some details, right? So at that point, I decided that I was gonna reach out to the law enforcement and and try at least make them aware of what I had learned. And then throughout that time, it's also, it's also worth mentioning that I not only talked to him, but I talked to some guards, um, specifically CO or jail officer Strong. Mr. Strong was an older man who actually retired in September of 2022. So him and I became friends, and he would come and take Kagan, but he would sit down and watch me draw for, you know, for a few minutes and then take off with Kagan, right? And when I had conversations with him on one-on-one basis, uh, he was like, you know what, Kagan's dad is probably the one responsible for the murders. So the guards were talking about it. A handful of the other inmates in the block were talking about it. And then one thing that I remember, and it really rings a bell now, is that Kagan, he he came across as if he was a devil worshiper. He was satanic, he was dirty, he was he was perverted. uh he he talked in a very sinister manner, and he used to say like evil things. Um, like I remember once he got into it with another cat from North Manchester, Gerald Thompson, and he told Gerald that if he didn't cool off or whatever for whatever issue they were having, that he would make sure that he got murdered and that nobody would ever know who murdered him. He made that statement to him, and and uh and then he gave him this look, and he shifted his eyes and his forehead, and right on the top of Kagan's forehead these two horns popped up, and you could clearly see them. I don't know how the fuck he did that, but he looked like a devil. All right, so then Gerald came running to my room and said, "Oh my God, you see that?" I'm like, "Yeah, I saw fucking." Are you guys getting into it? He literally, Gerald was fucking scared, sweating, like, and he asked me for a shot of coffee, and I gave him a shot of coffee, and I sat him down. I said, "Look, dude, don't worry. He's a fat ass. He ain't gonna do shit to you." And he's like, "No, man, but this motherfucker is possessed." um, then another thing that was kind of, it's worth mentioning, but it wasn't really that important, and I could tell that was the bullshit. You know, was like when he talked about that they had taken him to Grissom to um, supposedly for some kind of health condition. But the truth of the matter was that he came back and saying that he had met with the prosecutors from the Delphi murders. The I guess what I now know is the Unified Command. Is that what they call themselves? And they had offered him immunity, and they had also offered him a bottle of wine and a night in a hotel with his fiance, Holly Lowry, in exchange for the river search and
What?
and for yeah, for the he came back and he said that they took him to Grissom to meet with the cops from Delphi,
Oh my
and
God!
that they offered him. That's when he met with Nick McClelland at Grissom. Okay, he told us that they offered him immunity if he would help with the river search and knew everything he knew about the others who were involved with his dad and the fucking owner, the family friend, and that they offered him immunity for his role. And they also offered him a bottle of wine and a night in the hotel with his fiance, Holly Lowry, in exchange for the information. So when I got out, dude, on the 29th, remember, I don't know anything about this, but I guess I
And
opened
this
my,
is
I,
look,
I
this is no attack on any of the women, just to be clear.
no. Oh, he was talking to multiple women, you see, but I don't want to get into that because then I'm gonna lose because I know when I got out, I mentioned something on. Well, the first thing I did was look up the case, and when I looked up the case, I thought I would get like news media videos and reports. Well, what I got was fucking YouTubers that I didn't even know they were YouTubers. And I made a comment. And when I made a comment on this channel. One of them was Mind Shock. And that Mind Shock nobody ever listened to me. But I made the same comment on a different channel, and the owner of that channel replied, and that's how I got into the YouTube community.
Well, let's get back to the story because I
Yeah,
know you're just
yeah, yeah,
telling the
yeah.
story
I
the
don't want to
way
say that.
you're doing the story the way you know it, right?
Yeah,
Yeah. So
yeah. I
just the
don't want to talk
facts here,
about
ladies and
religion.
gentlemen.
I don't
We're
want
not
to. No.
attacking nobody. We're not spreading rumors. Like we're giving you the facts as Noe knows them.
Hmm.
Yeah.
So it came. Yeah. So I guess I mentioned that to say that that's how David Vito was referred to me, because they send him my way. And well, of course, first I had a long conversation with a couple of people, and I won't say who they are, but they said, yeah, do it and talk to whoever it is. David Vito was the one that interviewed me. And some other fucking shady ass, fucking corrupted looking fucking biker cop who never said a fucking word. He just looked me up and down, man, the whole time with his hands crossed. Well,
Good cop,
David,
bad cop. Yeah.
I
Good
can't,
cop,
yeah,
bad.
I can't.
Mhm.
I'm wanting to say that his name was Detective Kendall, okay? But the one I remember is Vito. Anyway, so I told Vito, look, man, I'm gonna tell you this, but before I even start with you, you have to really go and talk to these people, okay? Because I what I'm about to tell you, it's something that, it's got a lot of gaps, and you might find answers in those gaps if you interview these other inmates as well, okay? I kind of stressed that to him. I wanted him to just not talk to me, right? Because Kagan had I was really, I didn't mention about the meetings he used to have. He used to have these meetings with five sex offenders, all of them pedophiles, okay? Which was Donnie, Donald, Truman, Bryce, Dylan, um, Garrett, forgot his last name. No, no, no. Garrett was his last name. Brandon Garrett, maybe, or Brad Garrett, and Chris Sayers and Chris Brown. There was five sex offenders who would always meet, and they would bring their little notebooks, okay? Their little manila notebooks with all their discovery, you know? And they would spread it out on Kagan's bunk, and they'd all sit around the bunk and have their meetings. It was like pedophile meetings type of reunion things, right? And it was weird because I mean they were sharing the that discoveries come with Ciroc pictures, um, you know the PCA, all kinds of information is in discovery exhibits, witness statements, police reports, all. So yeah, I don't know, it was strange because like they would put a lot of effort into that. Um, but anyway, I think I was talking about the immunity thing and the bottle of wine, um, and and then I'm getting lost here in the conversation. But I guess I was at where I got the to meet with Vito, and I had kind of tried to lay down some ground rules, and then I went. I had some bullet points, and I had worked on those and wrote them down on a piece of paper, and I told them each one thing. Which to me, the things that were pretty pretty catchy was. the fact that he had told me that his father was friends with where the person where they found the bodies, or the property owner. And the other thing was that he had told me he had waited in the cemetery. So I went down, bullet by bullet, and gave him what I've given you this evening. Um, and I really wanted the detective to do like further investigating and corroborate like my story with. I mean, he could have easily gone back to the jail. It's like right on the way, on the side of the highway, on Highway 24. Okay, he drove right by it, and he could have pulled there and set aside Bryce Dillon and the others that I mentioned, and he interviewed them, and he would have had a better picture. I did not follow up with David Vito, but soon after that there was an arrest, and then so I was trying to fill in the blanks, and to me at that time in October, remember I get out on September 29th. I think October 21st or so, they arrest Rick Allen. So I was like, you know what? That's the guy. That's the guy that Kagan's talking about. The other guys who were in on it. Maybe he's one of them. So I don't know, Prof, but that was my experience that summer. Like I said, to me, when Kagan looked at me, I looked at him and he looked at me and he said, I helped I helped them I helped dump the girls, dump the bodies. Um, and also when I made him talk about what was the purpose of them reaching out to these minors. And he looked at me. I mean, I could see that he would it was hard for him to say it out, but I was getting it out of him, man. He said that they would like recruit these girls to perform perverted fantasies. That's the word he used, perverted fantasies, and that his father was one of them. Um, Using these accounts, catfishing these girls. That was pretty important. Um, and that's what I gave Vito, man.
And what was it about a shed? Can you remember like
Oh yeah,
exactly what he
yeah.
said
Did
about
I
the
did,
shed?
did, did I get lost? Did I get lost in that talk? Yeah, he told me that the girls had gotten intercepted at the bridge, and his dad had arranged for the girls to get out there. Um, and they were intercepted and taken to a shed, and then and he was just okay. Look, man, I've been all over that area, so what I took from that is that when you go to the cemetery and you look over the fence, over the gate onto Ron Logan's property, there is right there, real quick, man. That's just on the edge of the field, because there's Ron Logan's got a field. I think it's like high grass or something. Okay, right there at the edge of that field, there's like a path that goes from this. It's like this burn pit. Okay, it's this burn pit, and it's got logs where you can sit around, and it's got like bigger logs that are like tables, and there's a path that goes all the way back behind Ron Logan's house. Okay. So he told me that he had waited in that area. Okay. by the cemetery, and when um, when they intercepted the girls, his dad came back, and then they went to the property owner's house to a shed. Okay,
Okay, say that again. Start that over again.
bro. All right.
So
I got
yeah.
lost in the conversation the first time, but I'm gonna say exactly what I said, okay, bro? So
Okay.
to the best of my fucking ability. All right, I got lost in the conversation the last time. When I talked about the shed, okay, Kagan Klein told me that it was his father who arranged for the girls to come to the bridge. And once after the girls were intercepted and they were taken to a shed, okay?
Hmm.
All right. And then his dad came out onto this car where he was sitting and waiting and said, okay, let's go. Now we're going to the property owner, which I didn't know it was Ron Logan, but now I do, right? They went to the property owner's house and they had the girls there where they carried out a what do I call it? Perverted fantasy. Perverted fantasy. That's what it is. Okay, in the shed. I didn't. That's what I don't know if it was Ron Logan's shed, fucking someone else's shed, like Mears Party Barn. Because you look, you had the Mears Party Barn. Ron Logan had a barn across the street from his house that they tore down, plus sheds in his backyard, plus parties in his house. Plus, he had that party spot over there by, like, when you go to the cemetery and you look over the gate, you can see right at the edge of the field, okay, there's a burn pit, okay? And around that burn pit, there's like logs in a circle, okay? And there's bigger logs that they resemble tables, and that's when where they they had parties like the pig roast and all that shit. That's where it used to take place. So I hear sometimes people say that Ron Logan sent them to the cemetery. Well, that's what they mean. At the edge of the cemetery, there is a party spot right there, and Kagan. That's where Kagan was waiting, and from there, his dad comes back and says, "Let's go." And they ended up going to the owner. I mean, not the owner, the property owner, the family friend, and they had the girls in the shed where they performed perverted fantasies. That's the story he told me. Okay, Kagan Klein. Imagine, bro. I have to sit down in this fucking day room, hard as fuck, with my sketchbook and look at Kagan tell me that shit. You know,
Rough. Yeah, rough.
while the
And
cops are
this
waiting to come get him.
this makes sense, okay, because what Ricci says is that they put Libby in a shed or a barn on a tarp once she was cut.
Mm-hmm.
And then they took Abby in the house. So either way, this to me sounds like very close proximity
Yeah,
of this
absolutely.
shed or barn to the house, and they have both girls on this property. And maybe if Libby gets cut or killed first, like he told Reese, Libby got killed first. If she gets injured or killed first, they put her on a tarp so she doesn't bleed all over the floor. Yeah.
And he's there, and his dad, because remember, he he told, according to me and according to Reese's, Kagan Klein put himself there, and to me he put himself and his dad, and
Well,
and
that's what
then and
Reese
then
says. Okay, let's back it up because
and then
there were. Go
and
ahead.
then he also tells me that his role is helping in dumping the girls. They dumped them. Okay, so yeah, I mean, what do you want me to do? He told me this shit, and it's like you say, Reese didn't wake up one day and kind of fucking made up this. I didn't either. I didn't know anything about these murders.
Mm-hmm. Start over again at the point. Remember when you
Hey,
said that
Prof,
that
come
that
on, bro.
no, because
Are
there's
you
one
serious?
part that
Which
lines up
part?
with Ricci, where you say when they first go there, you said it's Keegan and his dad first go to meet up with the property owner. Is that what you said? Remember when they first
Yeah,
arrive
the
in the park?
property, the family friend who is the property owner of the where they found the bodies. That's around Logan.
And that's the same story. So I guess the way he told it to Ricci is that they go there first. And he
Mm-hmm.
says when he gets there, the place is all messed up with all kind of litter and bullshit because there's been all these kids that have been partying and partying.
Mm-hmm.
And that Keegan and Tony get mad because of all of this shit. And they're like, y'all clean this shit up. Y'all clean this shit up. And then Logan says, yeah, clean this shit up and da 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 da. So that's also pretty interesting. And
Well, you see, like, and also like Kagan telling me like there was others there. There was it wasn't just my dad and me using the phone. He said stuff like that to me. He told me about the cemetery. You know, there was activity there. There was parties there. It was not his first rodeo. That was a family friend where they would go there and party or even maybe hustle because remember this whole thing started in the like talking about drug dealing. So and then the talking in the block was it was the dad killed him. So Kagan was also telling this very same thing he told me to like 14, 15, 16 other dudes, or at least 10 to 16 other dudes, right? Including the Chomo Club. Remember, there's 5 of them who every day, all right? So,
where are all these guys? Come on, guys.
and nobody wants to fucking talk, bro, because they got sex offenses, and I mean, people are gonna boom. They're scared. I don't know what it is, Prof. You remember that one guy, Tim Annier, who told me a story about Kagan, Tony Klein.
Yeah, absolutely.
He reached out to me and he jumped me. Why did you put my name out there? I said, look, bro, I'm going to Peru right now, fucker.
Well,
And
the
I never,
point is, okay, to
never.
me, since you're bringing that story up, the point is they searched the wrong damn fucking bridge in the
Oh,
river.
oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
I'm glad you bring that up because Kagan during the river search, we were there and watching it on TV, and Kagan was always being like, they're never gonna find shit. They're never gonna find shit. They're never gonna find shit. And he had this satanic, sinister voice and demeanor when he said it. They're never gonna find shit. And one day I was sitting with Tim, who knew Kagan and Tony very well. And he told me that story, that Tony Klein story. And when I got out, I actually befriended Holly Lowry, who Holly Lowry was one of the girls who was catfishing Kagan or whatever you want to call it, doing her little project. And she told me that Kagan took ISP to the wrong river, to the wrong bridge. And she said, the one river, I'm sorry, the one bridge that is closer to their house is where Tony Klein and whatever threw the weapons, a knife.
and that's where Tim Inyard told his story.
And that's where, yeah. So I was sitting down with Tim, and Tim said, look, man, this is while the fucking river search is happening. So isn't it crazy? Because I didn't know better back then, but he's telling me, you know what? Tony Klein's got something to do with these murders. He's got something to do with his murders because I was out there on the in the river, um, and he turned around. I think this is called Wayne Street Bridge, the Wayne Street Bridge in Peru, Indiana. And in that whole area, Prof, I've taken you there. That whole area is a bunch of like homeless and twackers. They got tents. They got um, um, they got mattresses, that kind of environment. Well, that's where Enyard used to hang out with Tim. Tim used to hang out, and he was fishing with a magnetic line collecting metal. And Tony Klein saw him, and he turned his truck around and rushed to the side of the bridge, and demanded that Tim would share the catch with him. He wanted to see what they found, what he had found, and he was like really acting really awkward and like mean to him and shit. And he's like, I'm convinced that Tony Klein has something to do with this murder, and I think that they're searching the wrong river. So to me, Kagan Klein saying they're never gonna find shit. They're never gonna find shit. And then when I get out, Holly Lowry told me that Kagan said to her that on purpose took him to the wrong river, to the wrong, not the wrong river, to the wrong fucking bridge, uh, to search the wrong area. And
And
I
that
was
makes
like, what
perfect
the
sense.
fuck? That makes
That
perfect
makes
sense.
perfect because this is how Keegan does. Remember what he did with Ron Logan? He said, "You go be in the search so they won't suspect you." And
Well, hey,
it's
hold
like
on.
he
And
was
I,
gaming the system. He
and I,
thought that he could get the immunity and the plea deal by going point out in the river, but he went to the wrong spot on the river and pointed that out so they'd never find the evidence. And so
and,
he'd get like a twofer. He'd get a double win.
and I talked, to David Vito about that. I told him, go talk to this guy. His name is Tim. He's right there right now, man. He's in the fucking block. On your way back to Lafayette, stop by and talk to this dude because you really need to hear this story. And it was by then the river search was over because I believe the river search ended at towards the end of August. This was already September. Well, October 1st, maybe. October 1st or 2nd, when I met. It was October 2nd when I met David Vito.
So the point is, all of this was given to the
Mm-hmm.
state
Mm-hmm.
police
Yeah. Yeah.
at a good time, at the right time. Yeah.
Yeah. It was right before they arrested Richard Allen because I think the first time they reached out to Richard Allen was October 13th. That was 2 weeks after I got out of Miami County.
Do you remember the date you met with Vito and
Yeah, it was October 2nd. Mm-hmm. October 2nd. So in October 2nd, I told him, look, Kagan's telling me that him and his father was over there. He went in the cemetery. He helped dump the bodies. His father is family friend with this property owner. But I had all the bullets,
perverted fantasies in the
the
shed
perverted fantasies in the
and
shed,
wrong
all
river
that.
or
And
whatever?
then I told him about Tim telling me that story about, Kagan or Tony Klein acting weird and doing U-turns and fucking demanding, let me see what you got there, motherfucker. La la la. Quack. That type of shit. And
Quack.
all that. What else? Yeah. Pretty much the story I've given you. Um, and it all made sense. I used to say back in that day, I used to say things like, you know, that it sounded like Kagan talked about hustling, partying, the cemetery, and it was a hangout, and the dad knew them, and you know. So I always used to say, to me, I had a picture of after I knew who the property owner was, actually Ron Logan. I was like, Ron Logan had been maintaining a common nuisance, and it resulted in the murder of Abby and Libby. And I mentioned that many times because it just the total. Now I can say the totality of the things I know. It all leads to that's the most probable thing that happened. All these people used to party with at Ron Logan. Ron Logan being of the type of person who probably likes to have a younger crowd there and give them alcohol and give them a place to party, and they have that little area back there by the cemetery where you know people frequent and drink and do other drugs. Sure enough, and he probably got involved with this crowd who was doing the um, perverted fantasies, drug dealing, a lot meth, guns, maybe devices, and he ended up getting himself tangled in with these motherfuckers, and all for a perverted little fantasy of his, and it turned out that it ended up in murder. Um,
Hey, did he ever say anything about Vegas? About the going to Vegas to you?
um, he did. He actually talked about Vegas, and he also talked about Garrett Kurtz. Okay, but the problem with that is that I did not write notes, and I did not write that down. I did not make a bullet of that, and I did not write notes, so I could never specify what he said. But I remember him and this other guy, they were talking about Garrett Kurtz, you know. And then I also remember, um, hold on, dude.
Well,
I just didn't want to speak, and I told Vito I don't want to speak on these things because I don't remember, and I can't really tell you
so you don't
the
clearly
specific of
remember
what.
about the
Yeah,
Vegas or the
yeah,
Garrett Kurtz, but he talked about Garrett.
and also about he also talked about the raid, the raid got when he first got raided.
Hmm.
He mentioned that when he was hanging out with a friend when they raided him, and this is a fucking story he told me. Okay, he told me that it was a Mexican, and that when the cops showed up to his house, his friend panicked. So Kagan thought they were there to arrest his Mexican friend for like um immigration status or something like that. Okay. So his friend went out the back door and he ran. Okay. He went running, but the cops that came into the door, they they did not look like, immigration. So he knew it was something else. And when they came in, um, they took all his devices, they took his guns. I saw all the pictures, bro. Now I saw his discovery because my what do you call it? My bunkie or Sandy, whatever you want. My roommate, he used to grab Kagan's discovery and show it to me. Which here's another bullet. I'm glad you bring this up because one night, my roommate was Bryce Dillon, and he was showing me Kagan's discovery, the guns and the pictures with the cops and Kagan sitting on the couch. These are all colored pictures too. And then he shows me one of Kagan's father. And Bryce said to me, "Hey, bro, look what I got. This is Tony Klein. This is Kagan's dad." And I'm like, "So what are you gonna do with that picture?" And he said, "I'm gonna keep it because this picture's gonna be worth a lot of money." And I said, "Why, bro?" He said, "Because this dude killed those girls in Delphi." Yep. And I told David Vito that too, which is why I was telling him, "Dude, you have to talk to these motherfuckers. You have to really interview these people, because you're gonna get, more information than what I'm giving you."
Yeah,
And
did he ever say who the Mexican was that like how did the cops not have someone at the back door covering the back door making sure no one would run out the back door? What kind of fucking cops are these, man?
Peru cops, dude, they're
Jeez, man.
it's
But
it's the
did
it's
he say who the Mexican was, or we just left
no
to it's
no
a
he
Mexican
said
guy?
no, because he said, I clearly remembered he telling me that he didn't panic at first because the one who panicked was his friend, and he went running out the door. And when the cops came in, it wasn't for his friend, it was for him. They took all his devices, they took all his shit. And hey, you remember that recently I talked to some other dude that was locked up with him back then?
Yes, I
Okay,
do.
this guy tells me that when Kagan first got arrested in 20, I believe, August of 2020, that he came into the block and he couldn't stop talking about his computers or his laptop, his iPads, his electronic devices, and he kept asking about if the cops had the ability to get back everything that had been stored in the memories and blah blah blah. So yeah, that was interesting to me.
Did he ever say anything about burner phones to you?
No,
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 okay.
he no. When we talk about devices and shit like that, it was he could get any. He can get computers, laptops, he can get phones, but no, no. The word phones never came across.
Cool. Well, man, it's getting late.
Oh shit! Yeah.
Anything
Okay.
else you want to say or say to anyone?
No, I remember the Tony Klein picture. I
Hmm.
remember that because that's one thing that I told Vito, and we also talked about the river thing where he took the cops to one bridge when in fact it was the other one where he accordingly his dad threw the shit or threw whatever, a knife. Um no, I don't know. I don't think so unless you remember something because did I ever tell you about the bottle of wine and a night in the hotel?
Yeah, we covered that.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. No, I don't know. I think that's it. But to me, when I
Well,
hear Ricci and I know what he's going through, and
hmm
I can imagine. I've been there, not as bad as he's got it, but you know that wheelbarrow it really grabs my attention.
right, dump the
The
bodies that you
dumping,
would
yeah.
dump
The
out of a wheelbarrow. And
hmm
like I told Ted in that interview, that would also explain the blood markings going as if Libby was upside down
hmm
because the blood would flow that way if
hmm
her head's hanging off the edge of a wheelbarrow.
hmm
All right. Well, I think we're going to get out of here, Noe. It's
Okay, bro.
hitting the 4 hour mark, but
Shit.
thank you for adding
You're
this
welcome.
story to the end of this show.
Yeah,
This is
you're welcome.
important details, and yeah,
Yeah, I
maybe.
this is the first time I talk about this on on a live stream. I
Mhm.
I hadn't talked to Rick or Ruckus or whoever else I've done live streams with. It's always been a different story.
Yeah, this was given. These were given to David Vito in notes,
yeah,
written notes,
written notes.
and you still probably have the receipt. So,
oh yeah, I'll never lose that. My, but I kind of regret not being more aggressive, man. Like even like more aggressive with following up with Vito, because I was still talking to Holly, and I did go visit Kagan twice, until he got mad at me because of Holly. But anyway, yeah, and I wish I could have been more aggressive and like and see what like follow up with Vito, see if he was uh the leads that I had given him, if he was following them as well, And
no, I think they swept that all under the rug. They
no, but
didn't
what
want to go
happened,
nowhere.
Rob,
Yeah.
is like I got caught on the distraction part of the case, man.
Well, that's the objective of the people. The reason the trolls are here is to shut you up about the important information, and you took the bait for a while.
I never talked about this. I really didn't want to because I thought it was important that Vito had it. But yeah, I got caught in the distraction. And now, as the years go by, you look back and you're like, you see what you did wrong or what you could do different and what you're going to do from this point on moving forward. Hopefully learn some. But
Yeah, it's
anyway.
important to stay focused, that's for sure. But
Yeah.
hindsight's always 2020.
All right, man. I hope I didn't stutter a whole lot.
No, you
I
did
hope I was
perfect,
kind
man.
of clear. I don't know. Sometimes I'm thinking in this language and I'm speaking in other one, and I get all a little confused. But
You're
there it is.
bilingual, unlike most rednecks.
Yeah. All right, man. Thanks.
All right, bro. No
thanks for
racism
having me.
here. All right, we
Take
love
care.
you, Noe. Good
And
night,
good
everyone.
night. Good
Please
night to everyone, bro.
tell Noe good night, y'all, and
Bye.
and also say hello to Mr. Band for me, by the way, Noe, while you're out there. But God bless, okay, and God bless everyone. We're out of here. We're hitting the 4-hour mark. I never like to do that. We're going way too long, but I wanted to squeeze all this into this one show tonight so you could get it all. And thanks to Noe for having the courage and being willing to come up and spill a little more of the beans here. As he said, he hasn't really said most of this publicly. So, hopefully that's some more nuggets for you guys. We've been working hard, guys. We are working hard, and we really have a huge heart for this case, and we know all you do too. So God bless Libby and Abby. God bless all of you. Hope you have a great week and a great day tomorrow and all of that stuff. I'm going to get some rest and my family, and hopefully you all get some good rest and watch this again. And also, those on the replay, please do me the great honor of leaving your input down in the comment section. We love to have your input here, no matter what it is, as long as you're kind about it and don't abuse us, okay, or each other. And do me a favor, hit the like. And if you have not subscribed, please do subscribe. We do this pretty often. We're trying to roll out a lot of information for you, and we will continue that. So please honor us with the likes, subscribes, and watching the things that you're interested in. We try to title things by subject matter that we're approaching in the particular episodes. So with that being said, God bless, and hug your kids, hug your wife. We're going to go out of here with a little Mr. Doug Rice, Deacon Doug Rice, rest in peace. He's a great commentator on this case and an excellent musician and a good soul. So Mr. Poet, Deacon Doug Rice will take us out, and we'll see you guys later. Okay, God bless.
Thank you. Let's have a good time. Taken for a trip on a new dimension ship. Taken for a ride over discovered that time's been forgotten like a song that they never played on the radio too long. They never played it on the radio too long. I can't relate to where I am. People just don't give a damn. I'll find a way, make a break, figure out what it takes while traveling at the speed of light. Changes come, they affect their sight. Now it's been 7 years, almost there. The planet nears, taken for a trip on a new dimension ship, taken for a ride over to the other side. Discovered that time's been forgotten like a song that they never played on the radio too long. They never played it on the radio too long. There's people that I recognize. They've come here to it out disguise, searching for a better home, place where we're not all alone. Taken for a trip on a new dimension ship, taken for a ride over to the other side. Discovered that time's been forgotten like a song that they never played on the radio too long. They never played it on the radio too long. They never played it on the radio too long. They never played it on the radio too long. Thank you very much.
Mr. Doug Wright.
Well, obviously, we have a rapist in Lincoln Park. He's climbing in your windows. He's snatching your people up, trying to rape them. So y'all need to hide your kids, hide your wife, and hide your husband because they're raping everybody out here.
Bruh.
Freedom of speech is a First Amendment right for American citizens. That doesn't mean you're free of consequences.